All right, guys, welcome back to the stream. Welcome back to the channel. Welcome if you are new. Thank you guys so much for joining me today. And thank you for waiting patiently for the intro to finish up there. We have some pretty interesting topics to go over and talk about today. One of the topics is PlayStation related, the other is mainly Microsoft related, but it's something quite significant, something that I think has kind of, um, I don't know, maybe not surprised everybody, but it's definitely something that everyone is talking about. Everyone is chiming in, giving their 2 cents, so to speak. And of course, that's what I'm going to do here today as well. I'm going to give you the information, tell you what's going on with this situation with Microsoft and Activision Blizzard, and we'll take it from there. So first off, we have Jake Skew 27 immediately dropping a membership gift on us. Jake Skew, thank you so much for that, man. I appreciate all of the continued support. Let's get some W's in the chat for Jake. I'm going to add that to the counter. Before I dive into these topics, though, I do want to first just thank everybody for watching. If you're here live, shout out to you for that. If you're watching after the fact later on, I appreciate that as well. Be sure to utilize the timestamps. Okay, if you are somebody who's watching later, Devil Shooter does a great job with that, so look out for them. I want to let you know 3 ways you can support my content directly. The first is consider becoming a channel member. I do rely on you guys and your direct support to be able to do these streams, to be able to produce this content. So consider becoming a channel member. You gain access to the members lounge. We should be doing another members lounge today. So if you are a member, I hope to see you there. Also consider gifting memberships. All right, it's a big thing we do here on the channel. Helps get the community more involved. Kind of be a little bit generous there. We have some community members here in the channel that are extremely generous, always gifting out memberships and really doing a great job in growing the community in that way. So consider doing that. And last but not least, consider donating a super chat. Ask a question, give an opinion, make a statement, anything in between. It all helps tremendously. So thank you guys so much for all of your support. Seriously, without that, I wouldn't be able to do this. It means everything. I also want to just request, if you could, please hit that like button. We have already over 260 people here, which is great to see. So if you enjoy the streams, if you enjoy the content, and if you want to just help out a little bit, hit that like button. Arnie Vesper says with a super chat, thank you in advance for the stream. Well, no, thank you, man. I appreciate you tuning in, and I appreciate that super chat, bud. You're all so welcome, man. I hope you do end up enjoying the stream. I hope this ends up being a good one. All right, so with that stuff out of the way, I'm going to start with what I know everybody wants to talk about first, and that is the situation that's going down with Microsoft. To be honest, I wasn't planning on talking about this when I was constructing my stream today or putting it together, but again, it just kind of came out of nowhere and it took the internet by storm. So let's go over the situation. I first came across this from Jason Schreier on Twitter, and he says, breaking, Microsoft is laying off 1,900 people in its gaming division, including Activision Blizzard, just 3 months after closing its $69 billion acquisition. Story coming shortly after. This was first reported by The Verge. And, multiple sites have picked up on this. I meant to bring this up. I want to go to The Verge and actually read their story since they were the ones who broke it. This was written up. What time did this break? It was at 9:16 a.m. So just a couple of hours ago. Microsoft is laying off 1,900 employees at Activision Blizzard and Xbox this week. While Microsoft is primarily laying off roles at Activision Blizzard, some Xbox and ZeniMax employees will also be impacted by the cuts. The cuts work out to roughly 8% of the overall Microsoft gaming division. That stands at around 22,000 employees in total. The Verge has obtained an internal memo from Microsoft Gaming CEO Phil Spencer that confirms the layoffs. So now we're going to read that memo from Phil Spencer. He says it's been a little over 3 months since the Activision Blizzard and King teams joined Microsoft. As we move forward in 2024, the leadership of Microsoft Gaming and Activision Blizzard is committed to aligning on a strategy and an execution plan with a sustainable cost structure that will support the whole of our growing business. Together, we've set priorities, identified areas of overlap, and ensured that we're all aligned on the best opportunities for growth. As part of this process, we have made the painful decision to reduce the size of our gaming workforce by approximately 1,900 roles out of the 22,000 people on our team. The gaming leadership team and I are committed to navigating this process as thoughtfully as possible. The people who are directly impacted by these reductions have all played an important part in the success of Activision Blizzard, ZeniMax, and the Xbox teams, and they should be proud of everything they've accomplished here. We are grateful for all of the creativity, passion, and dedication they have brought to our games, our players, and our colleagues. We will provide our full support to those who are impacted during the transition, including severance benefits informed by local employment laws. Those whose roles will be impacted will be notified, and we will ask you please treat your departing colleagues with the respect and compassion that is consistent with our values. Looking ahead, we'll continue to invest in areas that will grow our business and support our strategy of bringing more games to more players around the world. Although this is a difficult moment for our team, I'm as confident as ever in our ability to create and nurture the games, stories, and worlds that bring players together. Phil. The article from The Verge continues. Alongside the layoffs, Blizzard president Mike Ybarra has decided to leave the company. As many of you know, Mike previously spent more than 20 years at Microsoft. Now that he has seen the acquisition through as Blizzard's president, he has decided to leave the company. This is what Microsoft's game content and studio president, Matt Booty, said in an internal memo. Microsoft plans to name a new Blizzard president next week. Alan Adam, Blizzard's chief design officer, is also leaving the company. As one of Blizzard's co-founders, Alan has had a broad impact on all of Blizzard's games. His influence will be felt for years to come, both directly and indirectly, as Alan plans to continue mentoring young designers across the industry, says Matt Booty. Blizzard's previously announced survival game has also been canceled as part of these changes. Matt Booty says Microsoft will be, quote, shifting some of the people working on it to one of several promising new projects Blizzard has in the early stages of development, end quote. It's worth noting that they put a tweet here from Mike Ybarra. Mike Ybarra says, I want to thank everyone who is impacted today for their meaningful contributions to their teams, to Blizzard, and to players' lives. It's an incredibly hard day, and my energy and support will be focused on all those amazing individuals impacted. He continues here. I have to read the entire thing. It's a little bit longer. He continues here by saying, this is in no way a reflection on your amazing work. If there's anything I can help with, connections, recommendations, etc., DM me. To the Blizzard community, I also want to let you know today is my last day at Blizzard. Leading Blizzard through an incredible time and being part of the team shaping it for the future ahead was an absolute honor. Having already spent 20 plus years at Microsoft and with the acquisition of Activision Blizzard behind us, it's time for me once again to become Blizzard's biggest fan from the outside. To the incredible teams at Blizzard, thank you. Words can't express how I feel about all of you. You are amazing. Continue to do incredible things and always keep Blizzard blue and the player at the forefront of every decision. To all those impacted today, I'm always available to you and understand how challenging today's news is. The article continues here with The Verge, saying the layoffs come the same month that Riot Games, Google, Discord, Twitch, Unity, eBay, and others announced cuts. Microsoft completed its $68.7 billion acquisition of Activision Blizzard in October, following 20 months of battle with regulators in the UK and US. Former Activision Blizzard CEO Bobby Kotick stepped down at the end of December, with Microsoft not appointing a direct replacement. Instead, a suite of Activision Blizzard executives now report to Matt Booty. Today's layoffs come just a few months after some big Xbox leadership changes saw Sarah Bond promoted to Xbox president, leading all Xbox platform and hardware work. Booty was also promoted to president of game content and studios, which includes overseeing Bethesda, ZeniMax Studios, and Activision Blizzard. Microsoft last announced big layoffs a year ago, affecting 10,000 employees. The software maker is due to report its fiscal Q2 2024 earnings next week, which, for the first time, will include results from the impact of the Activision Blizzard acquisition. I guess I should finish by reading this last thing that Matt Booty said. So they've obtained the internal memo from Matt Booty. He says, to the Blizzard team, As you may have read in Phil's note, today is a challenging day as we say goodbye to some of our colleagues. This is a difficult process, but it is one that best enable Blizzard and Xbox to deliver ambitious games to our players on more platforms and in more places than ever before. We are moving forward with a more focused strategy across Microsoft Gaming that sets up for sustainable growth and aligns our talent and resources to our top priorities. In addition to the events today, Mike Ybarra and I have been discussing his future and some of his personal passions for some time. As many of you know, Mike previously spent more than 20 years at Microsoft. Now that he has seen the acquisition through as Blizzard's president, he has decided to leave the company. As we move forward, we will continue to build on the positive momentum that Mike created and strive to continue exceeding the expectations of Blizzard's players. I want to thank Mike for his leadership and for his partnership and counsel since the deal closed. I know he plans to travel and spend more time with his family. We wish him the very best. And I guess to be clear here, it would be overly redundant to read this is a long memo. It would be um, overly redundant to read the entire thing because the article above basically covered it. Skimming through it though, yeah, I mean they're basically he's kind of reiterating the same thing here, that it's a challenging situation, so on and so forth. But before I go back to the chat here and talk to you guys, I do want to read a little bit more. Um, a little bit more that's coming from Jason Schreier. Give me just a second. He had a little bit more to say. I did have it up. I accidentally quit out of it. Hold on. I don't know where it went. Basically, Jason Schreier was saying that it's a total cluster. He's getting like messages and DMs. Here we go. He says here an hour ago, these Xbox layoffs, are such a mess that staff across Activision Blizzard are texting me to try to find out if they might be impacted. Nearly 2,000 job cuts, and people now just have to wait around and see if they're part of this bloodbath. So, yeah, it's a pretty intense day. Now, I have one last article that I want to read to you guys before I, start giving my own thoughts here. And I think this is important to highlight because it's not just Microsoft. Of course, today the focus is on Microsoft, but this article was written up by VGC, and it says over 5,000 games industry workers have already lost their jobs in 2024. The number of games industry job losses announced in January is already more than half the total job losses in the entirety of 2023. Technical artist Farah Noor's website, Video Games Layoffs, has been tracking confirmed games industry job cuts since the start of last year. According to the site, an estimated total of 10,500 games industry workers lost their jobs in 2023. At the time of writing, the estimated total for 2024 on the same site currently stands at 3,770. However, with today's news that Microsoft is laying off 1,900 staff from its video game division, means that when this list is next updated, the total will be at least 5,670. This means that the total number of layoffs in 2024 as of January 25th has already reached 54% of 2023's total layoffs. On Tuesday, Riot Games also confirmed that it was laying off around 530 staff, representing around 11% of all employees. Earlier this month, Unity also announced a plan to lay off 25% of its workforce, totaling 1,800 employees. And so, yeah, this is quite a volatile time within the gaming industry. Quite a volatile time indeed. So, heading back over here to the stream, we have Lore Cannon, a member for 7 months, saying Riot laid off 580 employees, Bungie laid off 8%, now Microsoft laid off 8%, 1,900 across ABK, Xbox, Bethesda. I know this is big news, but it's happening everywhere. Indeed, it is. The industry is not in a good place, and it will eventually correct itself. I mean, that's pretty much what's happening now, unfortunately. But yeah, something is way off here. And of course, this is what leads us to the deeper conversations of what's the problem? I mean, what's really the problem here? Who's to blame, if anybody? What's to blame, if anything? These are questions that people are right now are arguing over because, I mean, it's complicated. That's the truth. You'll see one person say, well, it's obviously this. And you'll see another person say, no, it's this. And there might be some truth to both, but it is a complicated situation. Um, even if the even if you whittle it all down and say, well, no, this is pretty much why, it's people themselves that will in turn make the situation more complicated. So regardless of which way you slice it, something that has to be handled with a little bit of nuance here. You could say it's greed. Um, certainly, certainly, greed is a. I mean, if you want to whittle it down to the bare minimum, you could say, yeah, it's just greed. But surrounding that greed are people, lots of different people in different places making different decisions. Um, but we have Pragmatic Hat saying, let's all take a moment to appreciate all we have. Yeah, nothing wrong with that, Pragmatic Cat. You never know. I mean, obviously, you feel for the people who just lost their jobs. That's not good, obviously. Must be a pretty terrible situation to be in where, one day you wake up, you're going to work, you're making a living, and, you're just trying to get by, live a relatively normal life, and the next day it's like, yeah, sorry. $1 billion company, $1 trillion company, we don't need you anymore. It's the way it's always been and likely always will be. Ansel says staff reductions / layoffs are highly likely to happen during acquisitions, and that's why some employees fear it. P.S. It's pronounced Ansel, MBG. LL. Damn me and my pronunciation. Thank you for that. Ansel. How was I saying it? Ansel? Is that how I was saying Ansel? Ansel. Ansel. I hope I'm getting it right, man. If I'm still getting it wrong, well, there's nothing I can do about it. It's just the way I am, okay? But thank you for letting me know. Yeah, it is true. See, this is the thing about consolidation. Um, at least in the case of Microsoft, right? Microsoft acquired all of Activision Blizzard King. There's no doubt that there's going to be overlap and redundancy. 100%. There are going to be positions where there's only needs to be one person doing this job and filling this role, but there's now going to be two people because of the acquisition. So what's going to happen at that point is Microsoft is going to evaluate who's the more valuable employee here. And if they can't find a different role for that person, they're going to have to cut them. To me, the layoffs are not the surprising aspect here of this situation. Of course, you're going to see people saying certain things, behaving in certain ways. Even myself on Twitter, I could not help myself. And I said on Twitter, I quote tweeted this news from IGN, and I said, but I was told that the Activision Blizzard acquisition was going to be good for the industry. Now, of course, that's me venting a little bit, it's me just getting a little bit of my frustration out because of the things that I personally have had to see, listen to, and read. But the reality is the people who I'm referring to in a post like that are not relevant to this conversation at all. There are people who are they have their own agendas and they don't care to see things from a holistic point of view. They don't care to understand the complexities of a situation like this on either side, whether that's for Microsoft or Sony. If Sony announces layoffs, Sony's the worst company in the world, and their fans are the worst for being okay with that and everything else. But when Microsoft does it, it's it's business. Those people are not relevant to the conversation at all, because the truth of the matter here is you better believe Sony's next. You better believe Sony's they're going to announce some layoffs and we got it. It was pretty much, I don't know if I could say it was confirmed, but it was talked about. It was talked about in the Insomniac hack that Sony is considering shutting down a studio. It's no joke. The industry is in a state right now maybe this will help people better understand it, where they are absolutely focused on sustainability, not growth. Of course, growth is always a priority, but when things are getting this volatile and, like things are just kind of collapsing in this way, it's about not just survival, but for the bigger corporations, right? Of course, for the smaller companies, it is about survival. You got to do what you got to do to make sure you don't go out of business, right? But for the bigger corporations like Microsoft and even Sony, it is about sustainability. It's about making sure that, okay, like if we can't really grow right now, we need to make sure that we're not losing anything, hopefully, or mitigate those losses. And the unfortunate reality in this situation is that, yes, we see situations like this happen. It sucks. And I'll tell you why I think it really sucks in just a moment. We have Gavin saying Bobby Kotick got $400 million. That's about $200K for everyone who just got sacked. So I'm going to focus on Microsoft, but keep in mind that when I say the things I'm about to say about Microsoft, they can also apply to Sony. They can apply to any big corporation. But I think for Microsoft in particular, it looks particularly egregious in their case. And this is why. Microsoft just spent $68 billion on Activision Blizzard. Microsoft has a market cap of over $3 trillion now. It is understandable why people would turn around and say, did you really have to do this? Now, there are going to be other people who respond to that by saying, well, they're not a charity. And that is true. We cannot talk about these corporations as if they are some kind of charity. They are not. They are businesses. But it calls into question the morality, the ethics, the potential problem with all of this, which is people like Bobby Kotick, who have been proven to be shitty, horrible, just a terrible person that no one likes because he's just done nothing but cause problems for people and make things worse, seemingly. This is what people have proven about this individual. You get a multi-trillion-dollar company like Microsoft that has their own agenda, their own ambitions, which are, we have a gaming division and we need it to succeed. So maybe if we scoop up a company like Activision Blizzard, that could be our way to succeed. And the reality of the business world is that in order for that to happen, somebody like Bobby Kotick gets what is called a golden parachute. He gets that $400 million check. And he gets to say, all right, I'm out. Peace. And unfortunately, the people who are actually, in the trenches, developing the games, doing the work, not trying to downplay the position of a CEO. I'm not saying CEOs shouldn't make good money. They should. It's not an easy position. If it was an easy position, everyone would be doing it. But you see that something seems to be very off balance here, where, a multi-trillion-dollar company comes in, spends $68 billion to acquire another, billion-dollar corporation, and the people who end up getting the shit end of the stick at the end of the day are the people actually crafting the products. If you can't see how there might be something kind of wrong here, even if it's slightly, like something's a little bit off here, then I don't know what to tell you other than that you might be part of the problem. I'm not sitting here saying that again, people who are taking on tough positions like being a CEO of $1 billion corporation where the pressure is through the roof. I'm not saying that they don't deserve to be compensated well and paid handsomely. They do. It's a difficult job. But I also don't understand how somebody like Bobby Kotick, who has basically is a huge part of the reason why Activision Blizzard King was in a bad state to begin with, who is responsible for making so many poor decisions that actually are detrimental to the employees themselves. How when a multi-trillion-dollar company that is way bigger, way more powerful than them, somehow some way, well, you know what? It's just business. Sorry. This is why it made me fucking sick to my stomach to see certain people out here cheering on a company like Microsoft. Oh, this is going to be great for the industry. This is going to be great for us. And people like myself and many others warned and said, "Listen, they're not your friend. They don't give a fuck about you. They don't even give a fuck about hardly their own employees. Please look through the charade, see through it, and realize that this is just business and that there will be a price to be paid. There will be a price. There always is, because that's just the way these things go." And that's exactly what is happening. The price is being paid. The price is you cheer on industry consolidation. There's one less independent gaming publisher out there. That gaming publisher is now going to be they're going to shrink down due to redundancy that did not exist prior, mind you, to the acquisition, or very likely was not nearly as significant. Meanwhile, the people up top, the people in the board, those who are actually responsible, very likely responsible for some of the poor decisions that led to a company being in a compromised position, well, they're safe. They don't have to worry about anything, likely for the rest of their lives. I'm not saying that there's some kind of simple be all end all solution to these problems where it's just that's all we got to do and everything's fixed. It's not that simple. It is complicated. But I do believe that people, human beings that have positions of power in this industry, whether they are at the top in the board or just below, people who have the power, I think they need to at least try to do something, right? But that's where things get even more complicated, because that's where the nature of competition at the end of the day is the biggest driving factor here. So we all advocate. See, that's where truthfully we also become part of the problem, but then the problem itself transforms into something else entirely. Well, how are we part of the problem? Well, think about it. What is it that we, the consumer, want? Well, we want to save money too, right? Yeah, of course we do. We want good products, don't we? Yes, we do. Okay. Well, that's it. That's as far as it goes. That's as far as it goes. And that is all these companies are going to hear, because that's the way the market speaks. The market tells Microsoft, the market tells Sony, we don't care how it's made. We don't care about the details. We just want to save money, get a good deal, get what feels like a fair deal, and get a good product. That's it. Sony, Microsoft, all these companies, they know this. And this is why this will just continue to happen. This is, and actually, you're saying it's nothing personal, it's just business. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. It's nothing personal, it's just business. And that is truly the bulletproof or the foolproof shield that corporations will always be able to hide behind. And there's nothing we can do. Like, I would say there's something we can do about it. There is something we can do about it. But the thing is, no one wants to, and no one is going to. And that's the reality. That is the harsh reality. The harsh reality that no one wants to hear right now is that all these people who are on social media saying, I'm so sorry for the people that lost their jobs. What are you going to do for them? That's my question. That's great that you feel sorry for them. That's great that you're acknowledging this is bad. What are you going to do? That's what you should be typing out and explaining. What are you going? You know what the answer is probably going to be? Nothing. Well, what can I do? I don't know. You tell me. I mean, we can both acknowledge that something isn't quite right here, so what do we do? And the reality is that when the dust settles, and everybody moves on, well, and we're just back to the old grind. We're back right where we started. Nothing changes. And the reason why nothing changes is because people don't actually care nearly as much as they want to convince you they do. Everybody is out here worried about themselves. And unfortunately, for those who are not, for the ones who are not worried about themselves, well, they usually get pushed to the wayside. And I don't mean to be so dark about it or even so philosophical about it, but it is just the nature of these things. If there is some kind of answer, well, we need to do this and we need to do that, then I don't. My question is, okay, well, when does that happen and how? Because right now it seems like we are realizing that everybody who engages with the video game industry in terms of I want to have a career in the video games industry, it just seems like you're at this moment in time you're being told like that's great, but there's probably not enough room for you. Or even if there is, well, you're going to have to carve it out yourself. And that's great. That's all great. Like when we see new studios rise up, but it's just you have to at some point begin to question like here's my question. Redundancy. We got to trim the fat, so to speak. These employees that we're getting rid of here at Microsoft and at Activision Blizzard, we don't need them. Okay. Well, Microsoft, you've made it clear you just want to grow, right? Just like every other company. And boy, have you grown. Over $3 trillion market cap. Boy, have you grown. Well, you're all about making more games, empowering creators, right? That's what you're all about. Well, would it be so crazy to say that these 1,900 or so employees, or at least a good chunk of them, maybe even the majority of them, maybe we don't need you at this studio, and we don't need you at that studio. We don't need you working on this project or that project because it's overly redundant. There are too many positions, too many employees. All the positions are filled. Why don't you make a new studio? I'm serious. Why don't you just make a new studio, fund that studio, and let these developers exist there? Because you're not being charitable. You're not just paying them for doing nothing. No, you're tasking them. You know what? Let's create a new studio, and they can create a new game. I mean, you're a $3 trillion company. You just spent $68 billion on Activision Blizzard. Would it be that difficult? You're saying they're not game devs? Well, keep in mind, that's why I said not all of them. Now, obviously, all 1,900 employees can't be saved. Like, it's pretty clear that some of them are going to have to go. No matter what. That is the unfortunate reality of the business world. Like it's not perfect. It never will be. But I'm just wondering, like, what is so radical or insane about that notion? I need to know what is like. I mean, look, I know that there are so many people that are going to come out and tell me, well, you're not, that's not realistic. Why is that not realistic? I need to know why that's not realistic. Is it too risky? What's so risky about it? You're saying those employees were just making coffee. I mean, you hope that it's not that crazy, right? Because at that point, it like would be a charity. Where it's like, are you telling me that these 1,900 employees were literally just showing up and doing nothing? And you were just paying them to do nothing? I find that difficult to believe. I don't mean to be such an idealist here. I'm not. I know I sound like I'm trying to be an idealist. I really am not. I'm just wondering. A company like Microsoft, one of the literal richest company in the entire world, why is that so unreasonable? To just, you know what? We can build a new studio and we can fill in these positions. We can task them with making a new game, and we can fill in the positions by actually hiring some people. And that's because, you see, the ugly truth rears its head, right? In that it's because it's not about that, man. This is about profit margins. Why would we create a new studio and continue to pay these employees and invest even more money into the creation of a studio? Right? Why would we do that after we just bought Activision Blizzard? Why would we do that? We are covered now. We are good. Now it's just about trimming the fat. Well, that's just, that's the capitalistic reality and the way it is. You're saying, why is that the ugly truth? It's a common sense answer. Because it's just, what is the problem? Oh, the fucking Microsoft's $3 trillion worth drops by a couple million, by 50 million. You know what? I don't understand. Like, I just don't understand. Like, who loses? That's my question. Seriously. You're saying it's common sense. That's fine. You're right. That's common sense. But I need to know who loses in that situation, if that's what Microsoft says they want to do. Who loses? I just need an answer to that question. Stockholders? Well, fuck them, dude. Oh, what? They can't afford their third fucking yacht? Being a Microsoft stockholder? I'm not worried about that. Like, this is where I get pissed, where it's like, again, we're not talking about a company that's just trying to fucking survive, dude. We're talking about the literal richest company in the world. They could be the example. Where it's like, you know what? Maybe enough is enough. Maybe we, as the $3 trillion company, right? Who's always out here trying to preach such a positive message. And I'm not just accusing Microsoft of this. It's all the fucking companies. It's all of them. Where it's like, maybe we take the stand now because we're fucking the richest company in the world. Nobody can touch us. And we say, you know what? We don't have to lay these employees off. It's not their fault that we bought Activision Blizzard. It's not their fault that they became redundant. It's our fault. So you know what? Let's create a new fucking studio. Let's Let's take at least as many of those positions as we can. Let's fill them and let's hire whoever needs to be hired to fill other positions. And let's, do what we did with the initiative. Let's make a new game. Well, that's not going to happen because somebody there is crunching those numbers and saying, yeah, that's not going to be profitable. That's just a waste of money. Oh, yeah. You know what? You're right. We can't have that. We can't have that. That can't be a thing that Microsoft experiences. No way. That what I just described is not allowed to exist in the business world, regardless of which company you're talking about. It doesn't matter if you have a literal infinite amount of money. That doesn't matter. If it's bad business, it's bad business. We don't do it. The rules we have created, that we now must abide by. We can't do that. That doesn't make any sense. Who determined that? Did you determine that? Did I make those rules? Did you make those rules? See, then you get a little bit deeper. Who the fuck made those rules? Who exactly made those rules? Doesn't matter. No one's asking that question. No one in Microsoft's board. You think Phil Spencer's asking that question? You think Phil Spencer's saying, why does it got to be this way? No. He's part of the machine. He's part of Microsoft. They're all in line. And when you're in that line, you say, this is just how it is. This is the reality. This is business. You see, and you see it. You see it all the way down. All the way down to the random Twitter user who is not in any way, shape, or form associated with this $1 trillion company. And even they say it themselves. It's just business. It's just the way it is. It just makes sense. Think about that. I mean, really let that marinate for a second. Think about that. All the way from the top to the bottom. It just doesn't make sense because it's not good business. Well, you know what? Yeah, this surely can't be about greed. And if it is, well, it's justified. Tell you, man. It just works. I can't listen. I know people think that I like have almost everything I said to a degree can also apply to Sony. But the difference between Microsoft and Sony is exactly what we've been talking about for literal months now, which is Microsoft dwarfs Sony. Sony is still massive, and Sony can still do something like that. Absolutely. In fact, I've advocated for Sony. Please make a new studio in Japan. Like, please. It just seems like a thing you should do. Why would you not do that? I know it might be expensive. I know it might be risky, but why wouldn't you do that? You shut down Sony Japan. And sure, maybe maybe Sony was justified in doing that because it was a clusterfuck over there. No one knew what was going on at any given moment. It was a madhouse. Fine. Shut it down. Start over. Rebuild. Get organized. But that's not going to happen because it just doesn't make sense for their business. You're saying I really don't see the issue, MBG. You're completely over-exaggerating situations because, unfortunately, I'm diving. I say unfortunately because it's like, I know that's not necessarily what people are here to hear and talk about, and I will read these super chats. Just give me a moment. It's because this goes beyond just video games. What I'm talking about goes beyond just video games. It gets into pretty much like almost a political space, And I know that that's not why you guys are here, but it's just it's to me it's pretty much impossible not to look at the bigger picture when we see something like this, because I just don't know, I just don't know how we can't, you know? MRPD says, no way I got gifted. Laurent, dude, Laurent, thank you so much, man. Laurent drops another membership gift. He brings us up to 2 members on the day. I really appreciate that. I am going to read these super chats. So thank you guys for waiting patiently. Look, man, I'll just say this last thing and then I'll read these super chats. I just don't fully understand. Maybe it is ignorance at the end of the day. Maybe I am a fool at the end of the day, but I just truly don't understand how the literal richest company in the world, why does there need to be layoffs for your company? Why? Like, I understand like smaller businesses and smaller corporations, and I'm not saying be a charity either. I'm just saying like like you're telling me that's the only answer in a time when it's like, dude, Microsoft should be a fucking, frankly, like a safe haven for devs. That's what Microsoft should be. Again, not saying, hey, let's run an unprofitable business. Let's not make money, but it just seems so insane to me. And I guess maybe if somebody were to break it down like beat by beat by beat, and be like, well, this leads to this and that leads to that, and then when you get to the bottom line, it's like, see, this doesn't make any sense. See that negative sign? See that negative sign next to that number or that percentage? That's why we're doing it. And it's like, okay, I guess, yeah, I guess. But I don't know. Maybe I'm just speaking to a bigger problem in the world itself. We got Chris B. Chris B coming in, dropping 5 more membership gifts. Chris, thank you so much, man. Guys, let's get some W's in the chat for Chris. He brings us up to 7 members. Really appreciate that. God, man, I got to do something about this heater. Like, my face is like heating up and my skin's getting all dry. Damn it. It's very annoying. Like, I'm thankful to have heat, but man, this dry heat gets to me. I don't know. Capono says, you're the customer, MBG. The games are what should be important. Well, let me read some of these super chats. Vic Vicious says, I don't get why Microsoft keeps spending billions of dollars annually out of their own pocket to keep Game Pass running, but not to keep their employees. Well, I don't know, man. I can't help but get pretty deep when I think about this stuff because I don't know why. I'm not capable of just looking at it from just a completely pragmatic lens where it's like, you know, I do tend to get a little bit deeper where it's like I start to ask questions. And to be honest, I think the conversation that's happening around AI right now is really bringing this question to the forefront. In fact, I don't know if you guys saw Asmongold yesterday got fucking cooked, bro. He got cooked because he was basically saying like, dude, people don't care about artists' opinions. Like the market doesn't care about your fucking opinion as an artist. And he got cooked. And I'm like, Jesus, that's a crazy thing to say. But when you take a step back and you think, I saw somebody reply to him and say, you know, chances are if chances are half the people roasting Asmongold right now for saying that are doing so on their smartphone, on their iPhone or whatever, right? On their smart device that was crafted in nearly inhumane conditions and they don't give a fuck. They just want the product. And I'm like, yup, that's humanity. Hellbound 1981 comes in and drops another 5 memberships. Hellbound, the legend returns. Thank you so much, my friend. You bring us up to 12 members on the day. Good shit, man. Thank you. Yes, Laurent. That honestly, like, that's what it boils down to, man. I'm going to read these super chats. I know I keep saying that, but Laurent, you're saying in any case, it's sad It is, dude. It like this conversation inherently becomes a deeper conversation because it's a human conversation, man. It's easy to just look at it, oh, it's just a job, you can bounce back. Like, I get it, yes, but like it really starts, especially now again with this whole AI conversation, mass layoffs, conversations about AI, possibly AI replacing artists and jobs. It becomes a human conversation. And we have to begin to ask ourselves, like, where do we draw the lines, man? Like, where do we draw the lines? What human being says, I'm going to one day be the CEO of a $3 trillion company and I'm still going to be laying motherfuckers off? Who says that? That's my dream and aspiration. No one says that shit. That's conditioning. That's I'm entering into the machine, into the way things are, and I'm just going to assimilate myself and I'm just going to follow the fucking rules that I was told to follow. I'm sorry. I know I'm getting fucking crazy out here, but this is the way it is, man. And it's like, where do we draw the lines? When does the change occur? If it ever does. And is that what we have to whittle this down to? Is like, dude, it's never going to change. And are we part of the problem? Is the consumer, is the market part of the problem? I mean, who's really to blame here at the end of the day? Is it all of us? Has anybody taken a step back and thought about that? Like, is it actually all of us? In some small way, we're all contributing. Shit's ridiculous sometimes. We got Laurent. I'm sorry, man. Laurent comes in. Laurent comes in and drops 5 more membership gifts. He brings us up to 17. Thank you so much for the support, man. I really appreciate it. I don't mean to get like so passionate about it, but I can't help it. It's the humanity in me, I guess. I'm human too. Like, I make the same. The thing is, I don't mean to approach this conversation from the angle as like, and I'm innocent and I'm righteous. No, I am not. I also am just like you, like I make those same mistakes where I don't even realize they're mistakes. And like when somebody points it out, I might find that I still do it anyway. Like, hey man, that product you're using right now, do you know like who made that? Like the person who made that and what they had, like what their life is like, what they have to go through just to survive, but you got your product. And that's all that matters to you, right? And it's like, fuck, I don't know. Like I wake up every day and I live that way and I say, yeah, that is what matters to me. And then that's the tough part, man, is everybody wants to act like they're on they have the moral high ground. And I'm not saying that there aren't people who are truly right. I think there are. I think there are actually people out here who do have true ethics and morals where they stick to them no matter what. But the unfortunate reality is that those people pretty much get removed from the conversation almost entirely because the person next to them, or even the person next to that person, somebody down the line is going to say, what the fuck are morals? What are ethics? Like I'm here to fucking win, bro. I'm not worried about him or her or anything. Like I'm here to win. And the thing is, the moment that enters the fray, the moment that mindset, that notion, that mentality, maybe it's just we're biologically driven. I don't know. Maybe it is evolutionary. Again, I'm apologizing to get so deep here about it, but it's like, I don't know where exactly it comes from. You could maybe even say it's in our nature. And that may be true, but we are at a point where we are able to look at it and really decide, like, is this right? I mean, is this like actually right? Is there a better way? And if there is, what exactly is in our way? What exactly is stopping us from finding that better way? And I don't have the answers to these questions, of course. If I did, well, I don't know if that would, I still don't know if that would change anything. It probably wouldn't. And we got Chris B coming in. Chris B coming in. He drops 10 more membership gifts on us, guys. I know. I got to read the super chats. I really thank you guys for your patience. I'm going to do that now. I just got to give Chris B a big shout out. He drops a 10 bomb on us. He crushes our goal. Chris B brings us up to 27 members. Chris, my man, thank you so much. Let me update this goal. I'm clearly going off the rails here, but I don't know. Maybe I feel like there are some people who tuned into my stream today. They're like, yo, I was definitely not expecting this to be the direction MBG went in. I don't know. I guess I'm sure that there are people who will dismantle and disassemble what I'm saying very easily, but I don't know. Just know that what I'm saying is coming from the heart, man. I feel bad for people. I do, and I wish that things could just be better for everyone. Like I know that's an easy thing to laugh at because it does sound ridiculous. Like, yeah, I wish there could be world peace and everything could be great. But anyway, the contextual gamer. You're saying here, oh, sorry, hold on. The contextual gamer, I'll just read this one now. You're saying, hey, MBG Easy, not only Snake, but Raiden on Fortnite. I know, bro. I can't believe they brought Raiden on too. I'm like, this is amazing. I'm seeing a bunch of different stuff pop up on my feed with people playing as Snake on Fortnite. And it's like, it's cool. It's cool to see, it's just cool to see these characters that I grew up with, like, and really admire, like some of my favorite characters, just to kind of see them on that stage, Although seeing them do some of those dances is a little awkward, but the world's not perfect, as we're establishing today. All right, we got Cypherpunk. He says, good to see Microsoft getting rid of the trash at Activision Blizzard. God damn, Cypherpunk. God damn you. You see what I'm saying? Bro, come on, man. Look, I know. I get it. Believe it or not, Cypherpunk, I can see that side of it as well. Where it's like, well, if somebody's doing a bad job, do we just keep letting them do a bad job? No, not necessarily. Especially if there's somebody that can do a better job. No, that I do agree. Just basic, the concept of just common sense dictates no. And that's not what I'm not advocating for that either. I mean, I don't know. I do almost, here's another question that goes in the different direction, in the opposite direction. What if some of these people who have been laid off, what if it turns out to be the best thing that ever happens to them? I know that sounds crazy, but it's like, what if they wake up and they realize, you know what? You're saying MBG went to the Michael Scott School of Business. I did, bro. I did. I absolutely did. But that's what makes The Office so great, right? To an extent. I do wonder, though, like how many of the people, not just for Microsoft, but across the industry that are laid off, how many of them maybe have like a wake-up call and are like, you know what? This isn't for me. Like this industry's too turbulent. And they just go in a different direction. And maybe that different direction they go in, it ends up being much better for them. I mean, that is, that's the thing too. I've been framing everything I'm saying about the people impacted as if it's just a universal, like every single person who's laid off, their life, it's like they just got killed, right? Like their life is over, it's done. But that might not be the case for at least some of them, right? Or maybe even more than we think. The idea of like bouncing back, landing on your feet, it's a real thing as well. And so it's, again, this is why I said it's a complicated thing to go over, because I keep in mind almost everything I'm saying here, it is coming more from the human, the people person side of it, where I don't know why today I'm just not in that frame of mind. I'm not in the frame of mind to view it from the more business oriented side of it. It's just, it's not in me today. See that exactly, Capono. You're saying I better see MBG feeding the homeless. Exactly. I'm not going to do that. So who the fuck am I? Who am I to say? You see what I mean? It's, it's just, I think it's just maybe a lot of this is just an exercise in people coming to terms with certain aspects of themselves, with just who we are, and how we operate. Modern business gamer. Yeah, I don't think so. Let me see. We also have Daniel Pedrini saying investors are now charging Microsoft results, spending $80 billion and still losing market share has its price. So Daniel, what you're telling me is that this is Sony's fault, because if Sony wasn't so fucking brutal to Microsoft last generation, Microsoft would have been allowed to have more market share. And if Microsoft could have more market share, they would have never had to buy Activision Blizzard. And if they never had to buy Activision Blizzard, these layoffs would have never happened. I see where you're going. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding, of course. I'm kidding, Daniel. But funny enough, when you kind of retrace the steps, though, everything's so. Daniel, I'm just kidding. Daniel, to be clear, Daniel didn't say a damn thing about Sony. I'm messing around a little bit. No, I think it is true that, like, hey, we're spending like $80 billion. We're investing $80 billion, right? Like, the shareholders are going to begin to demand results. And I mean, again, man, it kind of comes down to are the shareholders to blame, or is the just insatiable greed from the shareholders, is that to blame? Is that what drives these CEOs and these boards to just become obsessive about, man, we got to be, razor sharp with this stuff. We can't afford anything. Is that the problem? I don't know. Not greed, self-preservation. Well, I think with the idea of Microsoft buying Activision Blizzard, it's like, believe it or not, even the people who were trying to argue with me the most about, like, no, this is good for them and this is going to be good for the industry. It's like, I get where you're coming from, but I still think that, like, there are certain aspects that you're missing a little bit, that it's like there is going to be a cost associated. There's going to be a price to pay. And in this case, I mean, again, like, dude, I don't know if people are picking up on this, dude. Mike Ybarra didn't choose to leave, to be clear. Go listen to what Mike Ybarra had to say when they were acquired. He said that they're going to have to drag me out of here. I'm going to stay here forever. Meanwhile, he probably woke up to an email where it's like, look, Mike, are we actually going to have to drag you out of here? Because we'll give you a chance to just go peacefully. And that's, stuff like that. Look, I don't know, like, I don't know what that means exactly. It just doesn't feel good. I mean, was Mike Ybarra very bad at his job? Was he running Blizzard into the ground? I don't know. Maybe. But if that was the case, then why is Microsoft buying them in the first place? Like, why are they so appealing in the first place if that's the case? The memo said he wanted to leave. Dude, come on, man. I mean, look. All right, I'll give it the benefit of the doubt. Maybe he did decide, you know what? Never mind, actually. I hate this. I think that's a little crazy to think that a guy just a couple months ago said, yeah, you're going to have to drag me out of here. I'm staying here for as long as I can. And then just out of nowhere one day, you know what? I want to leave. Maybe. Sure. But it's just difficult for me to believe that, honestly. But it could be true. And I'm sure. Listen, if Mikey Barr did actually choose to leave, I'm sure he had his reasons. But did he say I wanted to leave? Oh, good point. He didn't. He didn't say. To be clear, Mikey Barr said nothing. As far as I'm aware, from what I've read, he has said nothing about actually wanting to leave. Um, it's unfortunate because I think a lot of people did like Mikey Barr. Saying, what do I actually know about Blizzard? I mean, I'll be straight forward with you. Like, my knowledge on Blizzard is pretty limited in that I don't really follow them. So for all I know, he again, he could have been running them into the ground. I I don't know. I mean, to me, what's a little bit surprising as well is this game that got canceled, right? The Blizzard survival game, which, dude, I saw people hyping that up. I saw people hyping that up, and then it's just like, yeah, no, that's canceled. Like, well, what happened? Like, what was going wrong? You know, this isn't Sony's fault. This is Don Matrix's fault, really. Don Matrick is responsible. All this goes back down to him. This is Don Matrick's fault. If he didn't fuck up as badly as he did with the Xbox One, none of this would be happening, right? I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Um. Well, I mean, there is a little bit of truth to that. The truth is, if Don Matrick didn't fuck up as bad and didn't basically kill Xbox that day, Microsoft could be like the Xbox brand could be in a totally different position right now, and Activision Blizzard would have nothing to do with it, possibly. But that doesn't matter. That's in the past now. It all goes back to the Kinect. The Kinect, dude. Microsoft's true undoing, bro. All right, we got Digital Dude 25 saying, and they still want Microsoft to buy more publishers. Yet that's what I don't understand. Because I don't know, like if I'm supposed to hear that, well, look, man, Microsoft's making these colossal investments, and because of that, the shareholders are expecting more, right? They're expecting better results, like quickly. I mean, of course, like as people say, there's always going to be like some layoffs, but it's just like, all right, well, I don't know. I think, unfortunately, I think a question that we won't have the answer to, we can only make assumptions, is like, would this have happened? Would these layoffs have happened if Microsoft never acquired them? I mean, I don't know that anybody can really truthfully answer that question. I think a safe assumption would be some layoffs, but maybe not as many, maybe not as bad. But we could ask the same question. I mean, we could look at Bungie, right? We could look at Bungie. And Bungie themselves said, "Yo, if it wasn't for Sony acquiring us, this would have been a lot worse. Like we could have went all the way under." And there's that angle as well, where it's like, okay, well, how bad were things really for Activision Blizzard? But that's the thing about it, though, is like I claimed multiple times, like, why the hell would Sony acquire Bungie if Sony knew that they're in that bad of a position? Like they're losing money. And I'll take that exact logic to the ABK, where it's like, I don't think ABK is in a bad position. I don't. Because if they were, it wouldn't make sense to spend that type of money to acquire them. Yeah, that was weird. What's up with that? I saw people reporting that Bungie actually grew with like 300 more employees. I'm like, what is going on there? Do you think it was a culture shift? See, this is where I wish I could get more insight, you know, into this type of stuff where it's like, okay, how do you lay off 100 or so employees, and then you're saying Bungie hired children? Yeah, I almost wonder if it's like Sony kind of was like, who are these people that you have here? But that's where the whole that's where it goes on the other side where it's like, okay, maybe Bungie is possibly maybe Bungie's like representative of like a big like compassionate studio that's like, dude, we can open our doors to everybody. Human beings first, man. But there's a price to be paid everywhere, right? And in this case, in maybe doing that, and this is all, speculation, but maybe in doing that, the price is maybe we hired people that, I don't know, like, what are they really doing? Like, I mean, on like, really, what are they doing, right? Like, people, maybe they did hire incompetent developers, like developers that just really, it's like, I don't think these guys know what they're doing here. But I don't know. I don't know. It's simple, fire more experience for cheaper labor. Oh, yeah, it could go in the other direction too. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's what some people were speculating actually. That would probably make more sense where yeah, it's like these employees are like very expensive. We could probably hire like new people that are nowhere near as expensive to keep on but can do the same job. Yeah, yeah, there's that too. That actually makes even more sense. They hired guys playing Nintendo Switch in the office. Uh-oh. Got to get them out of here. Bungie did have the choice to spend their money wisely. That's true as well. You're saying MBG, there is going to be some level of redundancy when you acquire a company. I understand that. I know. I guess it's just like it's the more empathic side of me, I guess, that just kind of feels really shitty that this is happening to the gaming industry. Like, don't get me wrong, there's shitty things happening all around the world that I feel bad for all the time. But again, I don't do anything about it. Like, what am I going to do? But you know, it's just like seeing that the layoffs and that's the thing is like I know like people again that people are going to try to console war this stuff. It's like, dude, I'll say it again, like like more is coming from Sony. Sony is absolutely going to be making their own moves, and we're going to have to cover that too. And my feelings are going to be just the same. Where it's like, this fucking sucks. Like why? I don't quite understand. Like, why? Like, for example, if Media Molecule is on the chopping block, which I don't think they are, but let's just say, like, Sony's like, yeah, we got to shut these guys down, man. They're too expensive. I mean, it's like, what the, like, if something like that were to happen, it's like, Sony, what the fuck are you doing? Like, are you kidding me? You know? It's like, like, how could it get to that point? And hopefully it doesn't. I'm only mentioning Media Molecule because, like, people have speculated, like, again, based off of what the hacked, information, the leaked information. Some people are saying that it was Pixel Opus, but I don't know. That information came from like the end of 2023. So it seems like there still might be a studio up ahead that might be on Sony's chopping block. And any studio, Sony doesn't have like like they don't have a mass amount of like 40 or 50 studios, so it's not like, oh, it's just who cares about that studio. I think anybody who, yeah, that's true, they want a BAFTA. I think anybody that Sony puts, if Sony does end up having to shut down any studios, it's going to be bad. Like they will have their reasons, and we could maybe figure out what those reasons are, but it'll be bad because it's like, damn, like that's the worst case scenario here. And granted, I mean, it's not like Microsoft is shutting any studios down. They did, cancel a game, and it seems like, I don't know, it seems like there's a whole thing going on internally at Blizzard, but Sony needs all the studios they got. I agree with that. Like, I don't know. You do gotta wonder, like, I mean, you gotta wonder, like, why Pixel Opus was shuttered, right? Like, what was it really just that what they're doing, like, their game is not, it's like, no, no, like, like this is over, you know? It like, is it like, could it be that bad? Like, I mean, in the same way that we look at this Blizzard survival game, like, what is the reason for canceling it? Is it a fucking disaster behind the scenes where it's like this shit is real bad? I don't know. Was that going to be like the next Redfall or something? I don't know. I wish I had more answers. I do. But you know what I think my big problem is personally, like my own personal problem. I think my problem is like I have trouble like just it's not that I have trouble, it takes me a little bit longer to just realize like dude, it like you don't have any agency here, you know? Like you don't have any control over any of this. Like you're not like I'm not a part of this. Is what I'm trying to say. Like I'm a part of this now, like I'm talking about it on stream with you guys, but it's like in reality, you're not a part of it. I think that's what I kind of struggle with here because it's like, yeah, yeah, that's true. Let me see here. Sometimes I care too much. That's a good way to put it, Capono. That's a good way to put it. You're right. Sometimes, absolutely, I care too much sometimes. Are they going to reveal Game Pass numbers next week? It's been over 2 years. Is that what you're saying? That'll be really interesting to me if they reveal their Game Pass numbers. Let me see here. We got Jeff B Gaming. You're saying MBG layoffs are just the tip of the spear for Xbox. They're going to raise prices for Game Pass. I think, yeah, I do think that the price of Game Pass and other stuff, I think that's going to go up as well. I don't know, like if it's going to happen like immediately, but I'm telling you, I've said this before. It's worth saying again now. When Microsoft shows off the next Call of Duty and they make it clear like this is dropping in the Game Pass, that will be the ideal time. They will never have that opportunity again, mind you, to say we're bringing Call of Duty to Game Pass alongside all these Activision Blizzard games and then announce a price increase. That would be like, if you want to talk about like making smart business decisions, to me, that is a smart business decision where it's like, if you don't raise the price now and you do it later on, like way after the fact, you know what I mean? Like you have the best opportunity, the best excuse, I should say. You have the best excuse you'll ever ask for or ever get. Right now, and that is, well, we're giving you Call of Duty and a bunch of other shit. So go for it. I do think that's going to happen. Connor, you're saying Xbox firing is pathetic, makes the company weaker now. Some of their staff might get picked up by Nintendo and Sony. I'm not so sure, dude. Well, I mean, I can't speak to like whether it makes them weaker or not, because I don't know the breadth of like all the people that got laid off. I mean, I don't know. Again, like I imagine if somebody like Mike Ybarra actually got fired, there has to be a good reason. Because if he was doing something good, I don't see why they would get rid of him. And then I also don't know why anybody would pick him up. But like that's the thing, as I said earlier, is that the reality, being less emotionally driven by it, like the reality of the video game industry right now is things are shrinking down. The cuts are being made, and it is all about both survivability, sustainability, and part of that sustainability bleeds directly into, well, we need to be profitable, right? Like we can't just we can't allow the profit margins to keep going down, right? Like we need to show some good results here. We got to keep this thing in the air. And I think because of that, it's unlikely that, I mean, that's the thing that's what's weird to me right now is like so many people are losing their jobs in the industry. It's like, where are they? They're not all going to be able to just bounce back, right? Like if there was room for everybody, then this wouldn't be a problem right now. So I just don't know that. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen now. I don't know if maybe we're just going to lose a bunch of people from the gaming industry. Where my question is this: if the gaming industry is shrinking, what industry that these game developers and these different people who are in these different positions, what industry is growing that they could try to find work there? I don't. Is there? I mean, I feel like everywhere I'm looking, it seems like everything's shrinking, everything's going down. It's like new startups. Yeah. Well, what makes that tough as well is like, I mean, you could imagine some of these devs maybe come together, form their own new studio, but even that's becoming like almost like a oversaturated space because more and more people are just playing the same games. Wendy's, oh damn, AI is taking over. $3 trillion company, $80 billion acquisitions, fires 2,000 people. I mean, that basic 1, 2, 3 logic, not even logic. That basic like shotgun round of facts. It's like, yeah, it just looks bad, man. It just looks bad no matter which way you cut it. You're saying engineers in general will be obsolete, unfortunately. That's insane to think. Saying people are being squeezed and can't afford endless games right now. That's true as well, man. That's true as well. Hmm. It's tough. It's tough all around. Unless you're filthy rich. Um, Perfect image. You're saying. My question to you, MBG, game developers, are they oversaturated? Like you're asking, are there too many game devs? I think the answer to that question right now is like, yeah, clearly there's like way too many people looking to find employment in the video game industry, and there's just not enough to go around. I think that when we look back to like the pandemic in 2020, I think that fucked everything up, dude. I mean, obviously it fucked everything up, but I think one of the things that really fucked up in the video game industry is it artificially inflated the industry to an extreme degree that made it was like, hey, dude, like this growth is unprecedented, right? Like we need to just keep riding this wave. And unfortunately, because most of it or a lot of it was artificially driven by the actual pandemic and the fact that people had to stay inside, some people knew smart, I mean, smart people knew it wasn't going to stay that way forever and that wave's going to come crashing down. But you also can't blame people who maybe didn't view it that way, where they're just like, hey, I'm going to take this opportunity to get in the gaming industry, right? To get a job in the gaming industry. Um, Sometimes you can understand why people make more short-sighted decisions, but decisions that are just like, well, this is the best opportunity in front of me right now. I'll worry about what happens 3 years from now when we get to that bridge. And unfortunately, it's like 3, 4 years from now, this industry is going to shrink like a lot, you know? Lone Wolf Gamer, you're saying, MBG, I was just on Twitter and damn, there's a few tearing into you about your tweet. Oh, I bet there is. I bet there is. I knew exactly what I was doing when I put that tweet out. I'd be surprised if people weren't tearing into that tweet. But that's the thing. I don't give a shit because that tweet comes from my perspective. Like I don't give a shit what anybody has to say or how that tweet makes them feel. I don't care. That's me. That's from my perspective. And from my perspective, I was fucking told by many people here on my YouTube channel, in my chat, here on my YouTube channel, in my comments, over on Twitter, in the replies. I was told this was good for the industry. And I'm still being told, by the way, from people, some people underneath that tweet, that no, it's still good for the industry. And that's fine. The point is, the point is, for those who said this was going to be good for the industry, all I want, and I would, I would respect it. Straight up, if you are somebody who said that Microsoft acquiring Activision Blizzard is good for the industry, if you said that and you come out and you still say, yeah, it's still good for the industry, I respect that. Like, good shit. Keep that energy, you know? That's all. That's all. That's all it is. And so, you know, people getting their panties up in a bunch because of something I said, tell me something I don't know, man. You know? People get their panties up in a bunch with every fucking thing I say. Let me see. We got Ice Rezo saying MBG, Microsoft being valued $1 trillion company doesn't mean they have or earn that money. Walmart makes way more revenue than Microsoft, but Microsoft has better margins. I know I oversimplified things earlier. I know it's not that simple. I know that because Microsoft is a multi-trillion-dollar company, that doesn't just mean that they can just make stupid business decisions. I know there are rules to this game, man. I trust me. I know, man. It's just sometimes I question the rules. I don't know. That's the direction my mind goes in sometimes. Who made these rules? Who said it has to be this way? Right? But then I'm getting into like, it is truly pointless territory to go in that direction, because it's like, it doesn't matter. Like, I know I will question everything, but in questioning everything, dude, you're not going to get any answers. And even if you do, what's it going to change? It doesn't matter. I'm not in a position of power to change anything. So, unfortunately, that is that is kind of the way this goes for 99.9% of people. What happened to your clip of saying F Microsoft? Oh yeah, dude. I don't know what happened to it. That was a good one though. That would have been very appropriate today. Jim Ryan was the Nostradamus of our time. Yeah, we're gonna look back and realize Jim Ryan knew, bro. He was the Nostradamus. Let me see. We got Josh. He says, "Hey, bro, if that was PlayStation, that would be equivalent to multiple studio shutdowns. Outside of Bungie, PlayStation has a total of 8,000 employees. Wow. Yeah, I didn't think of it that way. That is crazy. You know what? I think it just highlights the sheer scale of Microsoft's operation there with Xbox or their gaming division. That's crazy. Multiple studio shutdowns if Sony were to do that. Damn, dude. Well, I don't know. My hope is that whenever it comes back around for Sony, which it will, I hope it's not too bad. You know, that's all I can hope for. You know, at this point, my question is, when is the gaming industry gonna start to grow again? How long will it be? It's clear that it's not going to happen this year. I don't think it's going to happen next year. I mean, are we looking at a situation where the gaming industry isn't going to see any kind of substantial or meaningful growth until like 2027, 8, 9, 2030? Like, is it that extreme? I don't know that. I want to say it's probably not that extreme. You're saying mid 30s? Oh, fuck. That would be terrible. Another couple of years? Yeah, I would say at minimum a couple more years. And that sucks. Like, that really sucks to think about. We got Jehosa Flores. I don't know if I said your name correctly. You're saying, I'm so confused. Are we talking about the gaming industry or capitalism? Well, I mean, I obviously, with my tangent and my rant earlier, obviously I was talking about capitalism to an extent. And to be clear, like, I'm not against capitalism. I do believe in capitalism, but I also believe, and I know that this gets some people up in arms, but it's just what I believe. I do believe that the end game of capitalism reveals its major flaws. Like, I think once you get to the end game of capitalism, it's like, okay, this is kind of nonsensical now. Like, we have to kind of artificially bring it back for the sake of balance, where this system does work, but when it's taken to the extreme, just like almost, I don't know, everything in life, when it's taken to the extreme, it becomes ridiculous and like just totally like, okay, this now doesn't work or seemingly is so off balance that it's just not going smoothly anymore. And I think that's what's weird about capitalism from what I've seen, what I know. Late stage capitalism is a meme that is believed in seriously by smooth brains. I mean, maybe I am smooth brained. It just, again, man, like the reason, so there were certain points in time where I was like, you know what, I'm going to look into this much more deeply. But then I realized, and that, okay, and then what do you do after that? And then I like realized like nothing. There's nothing I could do, you know? Like I don't I just listen, I try to take a more general, maybe it is a little bit ignorant, I won't lie, maybe it's a little bit ignorant, but I try to take a more general approach with these things in that I believe with all things there has to be a balance of some kind. Things have to be balanced, and if they're not, if anything you're doing in life, no matter what it is, if you're going too far in one direction, like it's it's not going to lead to good results, only damage and bad results. And I think that that balance is a reflection of how complicated and complex the just the world we live in and every aspect of it really is. I think that things like the gaming industry, I think things like video game creation, right? People's jobs, even like, what I do on YouTube and just the inner workings of YouTube, even people watching YouTube and consuming this content. It's like there has to be a balance with everything. And I think what we've seen time and time again throughout human history is that things get the most fucked up when shit's way out of balance. Like there's just extremist people with extremist ideologies, some more nefarious than others, that really start to permeate and gain traction. And then once that happens, it's like it eventually the majority of people like kind of wake up and are like, hold on a second, what's going on over here? You know, that's a very broad stroke way of looking at it, but it's I don't know. That's what I see, or that's how I see it, I should say. Um, Let me see where we at here. The contextual gamer, you're saying. Well, I read that one already. Alan O'Goul, you're saying Microsoft's gift to Xbox $68 billion to buy Activision, but Microsoft are not responsible for the developers. Xbox doesn't have the money to pay them. Okay. I mean, I don't know, man. Like, here's the truth. I'm sure you guys know this. I know this. It probably doesn't need to be stated, but dude, the river keeps flowing, man. And we're flowing with it. Okay, to be fair, I don't think many of you were going to say it that exact way, but what I'm trying to say is that a week from now, this won't matter. It'll matter to the people it affected, but to everybody else, it's not going to matter. I mean, I kind of talked earlier about how I wish it didn't have to be that way, but I that is the way things work, man. And if next week Sony makes a major announcement that they did shut down a studio, even if it was like, I don't know, something crazy like, yeah, we shut down Blue Point. It's like, what? You know? it would be for that day, for at most for maybe like 3 or 4 days, it would be like the talk of the town, and then everybody would just move on and not care. It's just the way things go, man. I do feel like it wasn't always that way. Like, what I mean by that is I feel like it wasn't always so quick. Like, we weren't always moving on that quickly, but I think with the way the internet works now, the way that information, the flow of information works, it's like, well, now we're doing it at a very brisk pace where keep up. All right? Yesterday's problem is not relevant today, and tomorrow's problem doesn't really matter. It's weird. It's weird, but um pray to Lord Cerny instead. Hanzo has spoken. E-Man 2537 says two major companies merged. I'm sure there was some redundancy, so they laid off the duplicate positions and cut the fat. Well, yeah. I don't know. I'm curious. I wasn't looking at the chat, I have to admit. I wasn't looking at the chat earlier when I was going on my tangent about how Microsoft should just build a new studio from the ground up like they did with the initiative and take the what are considered the, over redundant developers and place them in that studio and fill in any blank positions they may need to. I did say that earlier, and I'm like genuinely curious to hear from from you know somebody who thinks that that's like a really bad idea, like why exactly it is. Because maybe you're right. Maybe I am totally wrong in that. And like it just really doesn't work that way. But I feel like I would need a more thorough explanation of why it doesn't actually work that way. Like why that would actually be one of the dumbest things they could do. That's all. I don't know if somebody could explain that to me. I'm sure there's somebody that can. Like that's the thing. I'm not like closed-minded here. Like I'm willing to hear. Like if somebody says like, dude, you're totally fucking wrong on this, I'm willing to hear. Okay, well, hey, I'm not perfect. I'm wrong about things. I'm trying to learn. You know. So I did see some people saying that it could be the positions themselves. Like it turns out that the most of the redundancy was actually positions that just it wouldn't even make up. You know, a third or a fourth of an actual video game studio. So it wouldn't really make any sense. That I could understand that. Yeah. Could be HR and other departments. Yeah. Yeah, that to me would that would shut down my everything I said because it's like, well, yeah, you can't. What are you going to do? You can't do anything with that. You're saying I'm not going to get that on live chat, not enough characters. All right, well, if somebody does decide to break that down for me, just know I'm not I was very passionate about what I said earlier, but I am open to being taught. Okay, as in like it turns out that MBG it's a very stupid thing of you to say, and here's why I'm going to break it down, and I will be humble and say, okay, you know what, I was a little, maybe a little bit ignorant in that regard. I won't lie, there are definitely a lot of things I don't know, and I don't know, when it comes to like big business corporations, I feel like I know a decent amount, but I also begin to realize at times like this that there are just so many like deeper layers. And that's why I always try to say, like, I know this is more complex and complicated than even I'm going to make it sound. Because I'm always aware that there are deeper layers to these companies where it's not just like one or two people. It's not even like a small group of people. I mean, it is just there's so many different moving parts at any given time and they're all responsible for different things. They're all doing different things that just it's impossible and almost ridiculous to try to reduce it down to just some kind of broad stroke feeling or opinion or statement. It's just not that simple. At least I try to keep that in mind. Um, Daniel, you're saying, just to be clear, it's Phil's fault who can't do the basics. create good games and attract audiences to Xbox. With this, he loses market share to Sony. I mean, I do agree with that. Again, I don't just blame Phil, though, to be clear. Like, I do think that the leadership during the Xbox 360 era, I think that they put Xbox into the best possible position by the end of that generation. Where yes, Sony did catch up with the PS3 eventually, but Xbox was still like, I mean, they really captured a good chunk of market share, and people loved their console, and they loved a lot of the games that they put out for that console. I think it's just the most unsettling reality about the Xbox brand for me will always be, and I think that there are other people who would agree with this, it will always be that the only thing they had to do, whether that be Don Matrick or other executives in charge of the Xbox brand at that time, all they had to do, and I know people are going to say, well, it's not that simple. Like, no, it actually is this simple, is you made a great video game console that had great video games on it that made people say, wow, I want to buy that console and play those games. And for some reason, I mean, I'm sure there's a myriad of reasons, and they, in the boardrooms and shit, they had all their whatever, their charts telling them that this is why they should do this. But it's like all they had to do was say, we should take that and double down on it. And just make sure that when we show our video game console, we make it known that it's about video games. That like, hey, when you buy this, not about a camera, not about TV, not about watching sports while gaming, none of that. Just games, right? And that's exactly why Sony obliterated Microsoft, is because Sony saw that. They were like, oh my God. Listen, do you hear that? Dude, I remember that during that time. The only thing people were saying is, we just want a games console. That's all we just want a games console. And the crazy thing is, Microsoft did have games. To be fair, like Microsoft did have games for the Xbox One. They had Rise, Son of Rome. They had Sunset Overdrive. They showed Halo 5, Quantum Break, stuff like that. But it's like the message, like it really just goes to show how detrimental the wrong messaging can be, where it's like they showed you those games after they communicated to you that, well, this is first and foremost an entertainment box where you watch your TV and you use your camera, and it's just, I don't know, maybe the overambition killed it, where it's like they tried to transform I like, believe it or not, I can applaud Microsoft for trying to think how they could evolve the console in the living room. Like, I will appreciate that aspect, and yeah, they had the DRM problem as well. But it's like, I don't know, man. At that time, literally, it's almost like the only thing Sony had to do was nothing. And that's I'll never forget like how insane that was, where Sony made a video being like, here's how you share games, and Shu handing a game to Adam Boyes, and it's like, oh my God, what has happened that is part of your marketing campaign? What went wrong? And that's why I don't fully blame Phil, man, because it's like Phil inherited that fucking dumpster fire. And I could understand why, like, maybe in 2016 and 17, he's like, yeah, this isn't working. I got to think of something else. And of course, one thing leads to another. See, my whole thing is Xbox went from being something that stood separate from Microsoft and stood on its own. And it kind of needed that, you know? Oh, holy shit. That's sad. You're saying MBG, according to Jez Corden, Microsoft has also shut down departments dedicated to bringing Xbox games to physical retail. Oh, and it begins, man. That's just, I don't know why. That just makes me very sad. I mean, I know why, but I guess I just wasn't expecting to find out that was part of it. Um, I don't know, man. Yo, this guy said on Twitter really quick, he said, dude, don't even go there. Know your role and keep your mouth shut. Nobody is interested in you claiming victim today. I mean, yeah, I get that. I can understand that. I can understand that. Well, I will say it is it listen, I will say this look at me. Look at me, people. This is the result. I am the result. At least right now. It won't always be this way. At least that's my goal. But I am the result of listening to what people have to say, of reading every reply, of reading every comment, of hearing every opinion. I am the result. And what happens is you read so much dumb shit, so much toxic shit that I've also read so many smart things, so many reasonable things. But for some reason, that bullshit is what's highlighted. It's what sticks out in my brain. And because of that, when moments like this happen, I can't help but remember and think about those dumbass things that I had to read and be subjected to. And we got actually Trismegistus. I kind of like saying that now. I'm not going to lie, actually. I kind of like saying that. Coming in, keeping the membership train rolling today. Actually drops 5 more memberships for us, guys. Let's get some W's in the chat for our good friend Exley showing up to the stream, showing some love, showing some support. Jake Skew, you're heading to work, man. Have a good day at work. Thank you for the membership gift. And Exley, thank you so much for continually supporting the channel and the community. So I get it. Look, I am more self-aware than I think people give me credit for. And to be fair, I'm not looking for that credit. It's just I want people who actually listen to me and care about me as a content creator to know that I see. I know that there are people who like sometimes cheer me on and be like, dude, who gives a shit? But it's like, listen, I care about certain things. This is why, look, I put that tweet out, but the reality is I talked today mostly about the human aspect of this, the people, you know. At least I tried to, and it's because to me that is the, that is at the center of this ultimately. I mean, imagine if like we were in the future and it's like Microsoft disabled like 1900 AI jobs. It's like okay, it's like you just unplug something, like not a big deal. And it's like the entire conversation would change. But that's why I emphasized earlier that there is a human drive to these conversations, and that's why I'm fascinated by them. And unfortunately, I too am human, and sometimes I get caught up in the back and forth bullshit games. That, I mean, I'm not even going to go there. I'm not even going to go there. That's all. That's all I'll say. I'll keep reading these super chats. And just to be clear, I went on that little rant about, not rant, but that whole discussion about what Microsoft, the damage they really did with the Xbox One, because I really do think that when you retrace the steps, it's so clear, like, why we are seeing what we're seeing today with Microsoft. Not necessarily today with the layoffs, but it's like just one thing leads to another. And the main point I was trying to get across is that Xbox was kind of its own thing that stood on its own, that was parented. Microsoft was watching over it and obviously cared about it. But I think the real true shift for the Xbox brand occurred. I don't know exactly what year. I don't know if it was 2019 or 2020, maybe more recently in 2021. But there was a moment where the shift occurred, the transition occurred, where like now Xbox is completely absorbed into like by Microsoft. And I know that sounds silly because it's like, well, they already own them, but it's like, I mean, now they are like the Xbox brand is now truly being run by like the board of Microsoft, like the people who are like they no longer just turn to Xbox and say, "Oh, that's just a side thing. We'll keep supporting it. Maybe it'll take off one day." No, now they're like, "No, we're gonna make this thing like the next thing under Microsoft." And I think that has just completely changed the dynamic of the Xbox brand and what we're seeing here, you know? You mean Microsoft are committed to make it work? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Like they're going to do whatever it takes. And this is part of that, you know? This is part of that where it's like, "Hey, what's it going to take? You know what it's going to take? We need to spend $69 billion dollars or $68 billion dollars to get ABK because that's what it's going to take to win this thing, or if not to win it, to be a major player in it and be taken seriously." So they do that. And part of that is, and we are going to have to, you know, trim the fat, right? Like we are going to have to be ready that there will be over redundancies and we're going to have to cut that. And it's going to look bad and we're going to weather that storm. I mean, if you read the write-ups from Phil Spencer and Matt Booty, they both say it over and over again where it's like this, you know, we're getting Activision Blizzard aligned with our vision. And what that means is, well, there are just some people that we feel don't need to be here. And it just doesn't make any sense. And I get it. Like, again, the more practical side of me, the more practical side of my brain, I get that. But, it's again, it's there's a part of my brain that also sees all the people, that cheered this on, man. And it's like, I don't know. I don't think that this acquisition was ever something that should have just been blindly cheered on. I think it was something that should have been handled, by people who are covering it. Like, and I'm not talking about everybody, but certain people where it's like, there's good and there's bad here. It's not all good. It's not all great. Like, there's going to be some bad with something like this. And it's like, just please acknowledge that and stop making it seem like it's only good. That's all. That's all. And I just hope, like, if I could like tweet something else out, maybe I will tweet this out later. Not that it really matters, but if there's one thing that I hope this achieves, right? Because of course, there's a lot of bad with a situation like this, but I hope it makes certain people realize, whether that just be like the random Twitter user or the person who actually has an audience and has influence. I just hope it makes them realize that at the end of the day, regardless of what your preference is, even if you do have a bias, right? Like, there are bad things that occur inside of these companies. I'm not saying they're like the worst thing in the world, like they're committing crimes, not like that, but it's not all good all the time. It's just not. Like, you got to take the good with the bad and the bad with the good. And I think if people who vocalize their preferences, like, "Oh, I prefer PlayStation, I prefer Xbox, I prefer Nintendo," whatever it might be, if more people could just realize that there are imperfections, there are, mistakes that are made or just bad things that happen, and just be willing to admit that and say, "Yeah, that sucks. That's bad." And I feel bad for that, like, I think it would just make the landscape in general better, you know, all around. And so that's all. I just wonder, I do wonder if the people who were telling me, that this would be good for the gaming industry. Like, I do just wonder, like, what some of them, do they have anything to say today? And if so, like, what do you have to say? I don't expect them to come out and say, "You know what? I was totally wrong. This is horrible for the industry." Because I don't expect that. That's too extreme. But what I would expect is at least some of these people to turn around and be like, "Oh, well, I guess maybe it's just too simple to say this is just a good thing." Right? Maybe it is in fact more complex than that. Maybe there is more to it, and maybe there is actually a price to be paid, and this is that price, and it is unfortunate, and we need to acknowledge that. That's all, man. That's all it is. I think it's just more about awareness and acknowledgement than changing your mind on something or feeling differently about it. To me, that's something that is seemingly going away in certain circles, like completely. And it's like, now we're just not even going to acknowledge certain things. But all right, let me see here. We got Nick Easton saying the further one gets outside themselves and their family structure, the less one tends to care about other people or their problems. It's our nature. Mm. Yeah, I mean, I will say, like, I have my own family, and it's like it's pretty important to me. Actually say it's critically important to me, where it's like I try to I try to look at it as like, that could be me or my family. And having my own family kind of it helps keep that at the forefront of my mind. To where I will admit that if I was like, and there's nothing wrong with being a loner, there's nothing wrong with that either. Nothing wrong at all. But I just think that I think it's up to every person to kind of check themselves a little bit and just take moments to think about other people. Not everybody's going to be that way all the time, and it maybe isn't even healthy to be that way all the time. It can actually be damaging if you're constantly going around life being like, I feel bad and sorry for everyone and everything and every bad thing that goes on in the world like that. I mean, that'll make you, you know, feel terrible, and you won't be able to do anything. So you can't do it to a degree where it like, it stops you from living and doing what you need to do for yourself and for your family or the people you care about. But that's all. And that's the thing. It's not even that like you're saying MBG just wants peace today. It's not even that, dude, because that's not real. I know that. And I'm not saying that's what needs to happen. I'm just saying that like taking a moment to just think about something else in a different way, even if it's just for that moment, it can go a long way. Even for you as a person. That's all. I know that there's not just going to be like a truce, if yeah, dude, like I said earlier, hey, if we could have world peace, I'd be all for that. But what are we going to do? So I appreciate that, Nick. We also have New Soul 9. He says, MBG, I just want to agree with you that we, the consumers, are part of the problem. We, at time, focus too much on ourselves, but that's because we live in a society that is mostly individualistic. And you also said here, New Soul, I'm just going to read yours back to back to keep them cohesive. You're saying, what makes you believe capitalism is the best system? I'm asking because I'm a socialist. Have you looked into socialism? Capitalism only benefits the capitalized. This economy are made to provide good and services to the citizens, not focus on the profit because we run under a fiat currency and money is not an issue. I mean, I'll be totally transparent with you, New Soul 9. Like, I have not done extensive like research into socialism. Like, I have not taken time out of my life to just say, I'm going to go learn about socialism extensively. So I know I probably should, though, because it's like I'm realizing the more I'm covering like these companies and these businesses that it really does start to kind of bleed out into the politics of it and the way that you're saying we're already socialists. I mean, maybe I'll do that in the members lounge. I'll do a deep dive into socialism. Um, it you somebody correct me if I'm wrong on this. Doesn't socialism get confused for like mixed up with communism like all the time? Like, or people say that like socialism is communism, right? We are a capitalist country with some social programs. It seems, yeah, I mean, it seems that way. And that's where I'm talking about the balance, where I feel like people are like feel like because I've seen that too. Like people are like, oh, we need to be more socialist, like we have to lean more in that direction because it makes sense, right? But then I see people push back very aggressively against that, be like, absolutely not. What are we talking about right now? I don't know. What are we talking? See, it all comes full circle in that PlayStation's the best and Xbox sucks. That's all that matters. Socialism, capitalism, you know, we could have that conversation, but I mean, really, all it comes down to is PlayStation's the best, right? Dude's a communist. We'll talk. Well, you know what? Maybe we'll talk a little bit more about this in the members lounge later. Um, but again, I always say it's all very complex. But New Soul 9, I don't know. I guess just to answer your super chat, um, I don't I don't know that I will just immediately, maybe I said that earlier, like I just feel inherently like, oh yeah, capitalism is the best because that's what I was born into and that's what I know. And of course, like there's also just the whole political side of it where it's like for years, all I've grown up seeing is like communism, socialism, it's all the enemy, right? And so there is that kind of just mentality that's just immediately ingrained. But at the same time, like I've always kind of got this feeling like I don't know that, like I still see problems, like I don't know that capitalism is perfect. Maybe it could be the best option, but I don't know. That usually what ends up happening, I'll be honest, is I end up getting just annoyed and overwhelmed. I become very stupid. Like my IQ just drops where I'm just like, you know what? Like the whole thing about it is like when I come across these like really complex problems, like I mean really just deeply rooted complex problems, sometimes my default is just like I just feel like I don't want to I know it sounds bad like be ignorant to it, but it's like I don't really want to dive deep into it or like get into the giant web and really go deeper into it because from what I can tell on the outside looking in that it's like it just boils down to the same thing it always does, which is you're just ultimately gonna have to pick your side. Like you can be that person that says, I'm in the middle, but no one cares about that person. And that person usually never makes any progress. So it just boils down to you have to pick your side and that's it. And honestly, like when I start to realize that, it gets me to a point where it's like I just don't want to be associated with any of it, you know? But I don't know. Maybe it would do me well to just say screw it. You're saying it's not. Well, maybe I'll find out I am wrong there. The free market is tried and true, hands down, the best system in the world. Not saying there's no room for improvement. It failed because of corruption. There will always be corruption. That I can agree with, Devil Shooter. It seems like yes, there will always be corruption. I think the real question is how do we keep corruption in check? Is that possible? Seems it seems like the only way we keep it in check is by being aware that it'll come around again, you know, and just being ready. Anyway, getting way off here. Getting way off. Let me see. Let me bring it back to um IP Gaming. You're saying too much Xbox talk. In other news, Horizon Forbidden West PC March 21st. Why, dude? Why did I think Horizon Forbidden West already had a release date for PC? You know what? Yeah, you're right. They just said early 2024. I don't know why I'm sitting here thinking it was releasing like February or something. Yeah, that's pretty good, man. I mean, I'm curious to see what other games Sony's going to announce for PC. Hello, boss. Thank you. Boss is like, enough of all this stupid talk. When am I getting my snacks? Sometimes I wish I could just be a cat. You know? To just be a very, very simple minded creature that just worries about where are my snacks. All right, boss, you might have to move though, man, because you're kind of in the way. I'll try my best to read. IP gaming, maybe a little too much Xbox talk today, but so listen, here's the thing. This is a serious question for my audience. This is a serious question. Return to monkey. There we go. Yes. Um, because I thought about this. I was like, should I talk about this topic today? But then a thought popped up, and I thought, okay, I could title my stream. Like, let's just say the only thing I titled my stream is Sony blocks cheaters on PS5, which we'll talk about later. Okay, I'm sorry. Why does boss try to get on my keyboard? Like, boss, I don't mind you being up here, man, but why are you trying to lay on my keyboard? That's the problem. That's the only problem here. The only question I have is this for you guys. If I didn't make it clear in my title and in my thumbnail, I made it clear that I'm talking about something only PlayStation related, right? We're just talking about the situation with Sony blocking cheaters. Would we is it realistic to think that we wouldn't somehow still talk about this? He's looking for the catnip. Whoa, something just freaked him out. I believe fully that no matter what I title my stream, no matter what I put in the thumbnail, like, people, because I'm streaming today, the people are going to come in and be like, they're going to start talking about this situation with Microsoft, whether it's just in the regular chat or in super chats. And that's truthfully like why I'm like, I may as well just embrace it. Like, this conversation is going to happen regardless. It's going to happen regardless, so it's like, why fight it? Maybe I'm wrong though. That's why I'm asking you guys. Maybe I'm wrong. Like, if I really did just set up a streaming, like, we're just going to talk about the situation with Sony blocking these cheaters, like, is this topic really not going to come up? Yeah, exactly. Irfan, you're saying it's the biggest story of the day and probably the week. Yeah, it seems like that, And so it's just like even if I even kind of felt like even if I weren't to talk about it today, the next stream it would come up. Like, it would come up somewhere. So it'd be like trying to ignore the elephant in the room, truthfully. So I understand where you're coming from, IP gaming, and I know it's even more awkward because I said, like, in one of my previous streams, like, oh, I'm not going to talk about Xbox anymore. But I think the way that I kind of will try to circle this around to make it so that it is, I would say, relevant to PlayStation is that it's relevant in the sense that what I said earlier, like, Sony's not out of the woods either, I don't know that it'll be as extreme as this. Certainly not. Again, like, there's no way PlayStation's going to lay off 1,900 employees. That would be multiple studios. But I think it just does reveal that it's not over yet for any of these companies. Like, it's going to... Boss is licking my curtain now. Okay. That's a first. Not sure why he's licking my curtain. Boss, are you okay? Wow. All right. Strange day, man. Today's a strange day. Dude, he's legit like he's like lifting the curtain up by licking it. What a weird... Boss, you're such a weirdo, man. I like it though. All right, let me see. Sergeant uses the venom emoji. Amazing. Perfect. Perfect. ACM, thank you so much for the $20 super chat, man. You're saying off subject. I highly recommend the Audible book version of a book called Can't Hurt Me by David Goggins. I think it will help you with what you were talking about in the members lounge the other day. You know, I've heard of that. I mean, I know who David Goggins is, and I've heard him, some of his speeches and some of his talks definitely get me hype. I get a little worried. I'm like, man, this guy is intense. Like the intensity level is like, I don't think I could ever match that. That's like truly something I don't think I could fully understand. But I appreciate a lot of what he has to say. And you know, yeah, I'll look into this, man, because I guess I wasn't aware that he had a book. I guess it makes sense though. Like, how could somebody like that not have a book? Can't hurt me. Interesting. Can't hurt me. Yeah, I'll keep this in mind, ACM. I really appreciate that recommendation. I'll try to remember to look into this. Let me see here. We have Will Hancock saying 2025 GTA 6 switch to PS5 Pro Monster Hunter Wilds. Why is 2025 look? Well, actually, no. I think 2024 is when the PS5 Pro is coming out, man. 2024, but I get what you're saying. Probably won't really be super, you know, relevant, as in devs fully optimizing for it until 2025. So for as good as this year is looking, game, and that's another thing I want to say real quick is that, like, man, it's so strange to me when we're talking about like the industry as a whole being like kind of volatile and from the business side of it, and like layoffs and whatnot, and these companies like quote unquote trimming the fat. It's also so weird to me. Thank you for that, boss. It's so weird to me that like there's still just so many games. There's so many games, and so many of them look good and are clearly going to be good. Sorry, I'm waiting for boss to start licking my mic stand. No, he's not licking it. He's biting it. Boss, bro, why are you biting the mic stand? You know what? I know I got to give him some treats. I just realized we are 32 members, so we did hit a goal. Come on, boss. I know what you want. There you go, bud. They're up here, dude. There you go. He's like, I know you hit your goal. Somehow boss knows when we hit our goal of 25, when we go 25 or higher. Let me see. We got Ice Razo. He says, MBG, the gaming industry needs to consolidate. There's way too many gaming studios. There's not enough time to devote to all forms of media. Games compete with movies and other media for your time. I mean, I understand the angle, like where you're coming from, Ice. I don't know that I fully agree with the idea that the industry needs to consolidate, because you're not wrong. Like, you're saying games need to compete with movies and other media, but it's like, I'm just not convinced that in order for good games to be made that people really want to play and spend money on, I'm not at all convinced that that can only happen under the specific circumstance as they have to be owned by this entity or this corporation. I don't believe that. I think that it could increase the chances, increase the likelihood, but it's like, I mean, if you're talking about it from the perspective, he's gonna come back over here. He's like, dude, I need more snacks. Bro, I gave you a good. Are you serious? Boss, I gave you a good amount of snacks. I'm only giving you a couple more. This is getting crazy now. That's it, man. That's all. I can't give you any more than that. My God, this cat's a beast. Um, I'm just not convinced that like it needs to be under those specific circumstances. I mean, if you're approaching it from the perspective of like, I mean, you're saying here there's just too many gaming studios. I see. This is where things get tough for me because, like, on one hand, I talk to you guys about how where do we draw the line? When is enough enough? You know, when I mean, literally, like, when is enough enough? Like, when do we say, you know what? I don't need more and more. I don't need more. With that in mind, it also comes with, again, knowing that there's a price to be paid. It comes with the reality that, okay, if there are more and more gaming studios and there are more and more games being made, right? It's like, well, this is good, right? Like we want to grow. We want everything. We want more games. We want more developers. We want more this. We want more that. But the reality, and I think the price that comes with that is there will be failures, like more of them than there otherwise would be. And boss, dude, you got to be kidding me, man. You're gonna get sick. This cat, this cat, bro, he doesn't care. He doesn't give a shit. He's like, where are my snacks, bro? With that, there will be studios that have to shut down. And I don't know. Listen, I understand that these companies are not charities, so I don't expect a company like Sony or Microsoft to say this studio is failing and it's failing because they made a bad product or a product that the market deemed to be bad. Should we save them? Right? Like, should we save them? And it's like, well, I don't know that that's the right answer either. Like maybe in some specific cases, maybe it is, but in others, it's like if they like if they're if they couldn't keep the ship up, you know, if they couldn't keep it afloat, there's a reason for that. And so there is that other part of me that does believe in like, you know, that is the nature of our world too, and the nature of competition and the nature of a lot of people wanting to achieve the same types of things. And when that occurs, like there are going to be winners and there are going to be losers. I just, you know, and it's fascinating to think that like even looking at how this all began, which is with Microsoft acquiring Activision Blizzard, it's like they can't even Microsoft can't stop the fact that there's like they still could lose it to a certain extent anyway. You know, like they still like they can't guarantee that everything they're doing won't lead to some kind of colossal failure of some kind. So I don't know. I mean, consolidation as a whole, I think it has some pros and it has some cons, just like anything else. And I think that right now, um, the the pros for some studios, like the pros of consolidation is like, man, if we could get picked up, we're pretty safe. And it's like, but are you really? And the answer to me, like in my opinion, the answer is like, hell no, you're not. If you're a studio that's struggling, you know, like where you can't produce the results, when a company picks you up, the expectation is like they're gonna have some kind of influence over you, but it should change things to where now you should produce better results. All right. This is enough, boss. Enough is enough. Come on. He's like, no, no, leave me alone. Boss, it's okay. I can't have you in front of me the whole time. I'm trying to have like this meaningful conversation with you guys about this, and boss is just like, nah, nah, I just want some snacks. But I get what you're saying. I have to contemplate this a little bit more. I have to think about it, you know. My 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 intuition, like my gut's telling me that consolidation is really not actually necessary. But damn it, boss got hair everywhere. But at the same time, like I do understand why a company like Microsoft is like, yeah, we should buy Activision Blizzard. We should buy Bethesda. I understand the mentality behind it. But this is also why I say, like, I don't think Sony should buy a publisher. You wish you had a cat? Go get one. Go adopt a cat, man. Boss was adopted. So was Leia. I think Mrs. MBG wants to get another cat. What do you guys think? Should I get another cat? Question is, what should I name that cat? We have let me see. Cobb Sanity says outside of gaming, even with record-breaking profits, some companies will still lay people off. I never cheer on corporations over the workers. I mean, yeah, to me, that's just what's ultimately kind of sad about it all is that like I feel like the reason why I just feel for these people is because they're just trying to make a living. You know, they're just like anybody else. And I'm not saying that the executives at the top aren't also making a living, but it's like they're in positions of power where it's like you're making usually so much money. It's like, dude, you don't have like you could retire and never have to worry about making a living again. We got Exley Trismegistus coming in, dropping 5 more membership gifts on us, guys. Exley's keeping that membership train going. I want to see W's flowing in the chat for our good friend Exley here. Always gifting out some memberships and growing the membership community. That brings us up to 37 members on the day. So we are getting closer to hitting a second goal, guys. I really do appreciate all the support. I like dogs. I do. I can't get a dog, though. Dude, Boss does not like dogs. I don't think Leia would like a dog either, but one thing I've learned about Boss is he does not like dogs. It wouldn't work. It would be they would cause too many problems. When are we getting a straight to? Boss, when are we getting straight to? When is it happening? And we have Gavin Hillett coming in, paying it forward. Gavin's keeping the membership train rolling today. He drops a membership gift, and he brings us up to 38 members on the day. Gavin, thank you so much, my friend, for joining in here and gifting a membership, man. W's in the chat for Gavin. Stray 2 is going to be open world. You think if I get a puppy, you're sure Boss will lighten up? I don't. Maybe. To be fair, the instances where Boss was exposed to dogs was like at the vet. So it's like that is a very different situation where, you know, Boss is already extremely upset and uncomfortable. So maybe that would explain the reaction. Maybe you're right. Maybe if I did get like a puppy, Boss would be okay. But I don't know, man. I feel like Boss and Leia have fully converted me to being a cat person. I can't deny it, man. They've converted me to being like a just full blown a cat person now. I still like dogs, but the one thing about dogs though is that dogs just have a completely different energy to them. Where I think that you have to match their energy, you know, in my opinion, anyway. Yeah, they are. Dogs are pretty needy in that way, and that can be a good thing. And it is nice, you know. It's what makes them unique, you know. It's what makes people so fond of dogs. But I've gotten kind of used to the cat energy. The cat energy is more like, yeah, I'll come hang out with you when I want. You know, I'll acknowledge you when I want, and that's kind of what Boss does, you know. Dogs definitely require more attention and more upkeep. I think so, anyway. Maybe a pet raccoon. Oh, what could go wrong? What could go wrong with a pet raccoon, man? Do people actually have raccoons as pets? There's no way. Like, how could you have a? Also, what's up with raccoons in their hands? Raccoon hands. You're saying 3 dogs, 7 cats, they coexist perfectly. That's awesome. I guess it is. I guess it can work. You've seen some pet raccoons on Instagram? That's funny. You're saying your cat Rocco is the greatest. Devil Shooter, you're saying your dog demands play. Yeah, I've had dogs in the past. They're and I've enjoyed playing with dogs. Like that's the thing. That's one reason I would consider getting a dog is because I do like playing with dogs. I like to do that thing where like, you know, kind of like get in your stance and then the dog's like, and the dog matches you and they get all like it's I don't even know how to explain it, but I love playing with dogs in that way because it just feels I don't know, something about it just feels so right. No, boss, how come you don't do that? I'm just kidding, boss. I will say that is the interesting thing about having pet cats compared to dogs is like, dude, my cats don't really play. Like the most I like Leia just doesn't play. Leia's just like Leia's kind of weird in that she doesn't like when people see her being a cat. And what I mean by that is Leia will like sometimes find stuff on the floor, like a I don't know, like like just like a piece of plastic or something, and she'll start like playing with it and doing the thing that a cat does, which is like, oh, look at that, look at how cute she's playing with the plastic. And then like when she notices like that we're looking at her, she'll just be like, nah, I'm not doing that. And she'll just like scurry away, acting like she wasn't doing anything. I'm like Leia, it's okay. You're a cat. You're allowed to act like a cat. It's fine. You're not gonna get in trouble. Like no one's judging you. And the only thing that Boss really likes to do is lick things. Okay, Boss likes to lick things randomly. For some reason he loves to lick the curtains in the living room. I guess he likes the texture on it. Today I learned he likes to lick the curtains in my room. Boss also loves boxes. I was very close to taking a picture of Boss in a cardboard box, and I was gonna post it on the channel and being like, there's a reason I named him Boss. But by the time I tried to take that picture, he jumped out. That picture will happen eventually, though. Boss loves cardboard boxes. He loves string. He loves to play with string, and he loves catnip. Boss in the box. Yeah, dude. Boss is so weird though because like, of course, most cats like plastic or cardboard boxes or like containers. Boss is weird that if we come home with like bags, like shopping bags or something, or our own, and they're like on the floor, it's like he will. I don't know. He just has this thing inside of him, I guess instinctually, where he tries to put himself in these like small confined spaces where it's like, dude, maybe you can fit in there, but it's like, why do you want to go in there? Like that looks unbelievably uncomfortable. And he'll just chill. Like I have found him just chilling in these like crevices and stuff and like in these bags where I'm like, how did you even get in there? And he loves it. He's like, yeah, this is great. And I'm like, okay. I don't get it. I guess that's the disconnect between me being a human and you being a cat. Last thing I'll say about Boss before I move on to the rest of these super chats. Boss's big problem is he tries to eat things constantly that he definitely like. I would have thought like you're smart enough to know that you shouldn't eat that, right? Like certain pieces of plastic or I don't know, just things that he'll come across that I'll notice he's like trying to lick it up and eat it, and I'll be like, no, you can't have that, and that's weird to me. Like I know that that's a thing with dogs, where like dogs are like infamous for that, but I don't recall ever seeing a cat like Boss that does that, where it's like, dude, Leia doesn't do that, so I don't know, maybe Boss has got some dog in him. I don't know. Anyway, that's enough about my cats. That was the cat section of the stream today. Pretty sure Devil Shooter's writing that down where it's like, okay, I gotta make sure I timestamp that. Where am I at here? Eric Easton says socialism has failed in every country that has tried it. Even China is becoming more capitalist. Yeah, I've seen people point that out. And that's why I think like maybe socialism alone, like, again, based off of the little knowledge I have, it just seems to me like if maybe socialism alone can't work, but there has to be just certain aspects. Again, maybe like I don't know, a slight hybrid system that's balanced. Maybe. Again, who am I to say, man? Who am I to say? We got Bobby saying they better keep the same energy as with Bungie. Yeah, I see. That's my whole thing, man. Like that's it. It is so fucking annoying. Allow me to just vent for just a moment. It is so fucking annoying that when situations like what happened with Bungie happen, and obviously I'm going to cover that extensively because, well, why, it's a big thing in the industry in general, but especially because, well, Sony owns them now. So they're part of PlayStation. And the amount of bullshit that comes my way, even if I'm giving like what I think are totally fair takes, where I'm not defending Sony, I'm not defending anything. I'm being, just as I would say, just as reasonable usually as anybody else. And it doesn't matter. It's like people are still going to give me flack over that. And I got to see all this bullshit come my way, you know, with just the way that these people are behaving. And it's like I totally like Bobby, I'm just trying to say I totally get what you're saying where it's like I just hope that they keep pretty much keep that same energy where it's like you guys fucking torched Sony. You went nuts. You went nuts. I mean, they should be going absolutely berserk right now based off of what's happening with Microsoft. I mean, they should be losing their shit. That's all. But it's as I've said earlier, it's like it doesn't really matter when you're dealing with these types of people. It's not even that the goalpost moves. The goalpost disappears when it needs to disappear, and it reappears when they want it to reappear. It's it's not even like you're seeing it move in real time. It's just one day it's there, the next it's gone, and oh, there it is again. It's annoying. It's annoying, and I think it just totally takes away from the conversation. PlayStation Pete, you're saying MBG, if you weren't a content creator and sold your PS4 games, would you buy The Last of Us 2 on PS5? How about a live service game that includes all first-party IP characters and cloud like Smash Bros. And they drive Twisted Metal cars, bro? That sounds like a combo game where it's just like PlayStation All Stars Battle Royale and Twisted Metal just merged. I'd be all for that. That would be insane. That would be awesome. Sony should do more stuff like that. Uh, but would I buy The Last of Us Part 2 on PS5 if I wasn't a content creator and if I'd already sold my PS5 and my games? Well, I don't know. That's a good question. I mean, probably not. Like if I could upgrade to it, assuming I didn't sell my physical copy of The Last of Us Part 2, I would I would upgrade to it because I think again I've been playing the no return mode a lot and it's really fun. Totally worth the $10 in my opinion. Um but yeah, I mean my whole thing is I would upgrade to it just like I did. But yeah, if I was just like shit out of luck where it's like, "Oh, I sold my PS4 copy, I can't upgrade to it." I probably wouldn't. Or at the very least I'd have to go watch an extended amount of no return gameplay to see like am I really going to drop 50 like is this no return mode? Does it look worth $50? I don't know that no return is worth $50. I'll be honest, man. Like it's really good, but $50 good? I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Um so PlayStation Pete, I appreciate that. I don't know why I'm saying like that. And I think I'm all caught up on the super chats. Let me go see if there's any updates to the stories going around right now. Give me just a second. Get out of here. Let's see what's going on. Jez Corden tweets out, multiple sources tell me that Microsoft is laying off the entire internal customer support teams for ABK games, save a few. Microsoft will outsource the rest to external companies abroad. ABK was one of the few games publishers with a high quality internal customer support team. You see what I mean? Do you see what I mean? Where it's like, this is why we begin to hate these corporations, man. So basically, what Jez is reporting here is that Microsoft was one of the very few big games publishers that had a high quality internal support team dedicated to supporting their customers. And Microsoft just says, no, we don't need that shit. We're just going to outsource it. I hate it. Like, it's just, that's so fucking slimy. And to be fair, it's not just Microsoft that does shit like that, to be clear. Shit like that to me from these like ultra fucking rich corporations is just slimy, man. That's sad. Um Let me see. Let's see if anything else came out. Any other updates? There have now been posts from almost every Call of Duty studio about layoffs. Employees from Infinity Ward, Sledgehammer Games, Raven Software, Treyarch, High Moon Studios, and more laid off. Devastating. That was what is being reported by Charlie Intel. Jez Corden also says, note, reducing the retail teams doesn't confirm Microsoft is quitting physical retail for Xbox games yet. They can outsource and might be consolidating here, so don't run with the Xbox is quitting physical based on this. But it does seem like the industry trajectory, the writing is on the wall. See, how I couldn't blame anybody. Yeah, that does sound like cope to me. I understand that cope though. I'm coping the same way where it's like to I don't want to believe that Microsoft is like straight up quitting physical media for Xbox. That would be ultra shitty. But I cannot blame anybody for seeing that. That, hearing the reporting that, yeah, they're shutting down their entire retail unit here, seemingly, or the majority of it. And I can't blame anybody for jumping to the conclusion that, well, they're fucking quitting. I mean, we already got the rumor that the next Xbox is going to be like digital only, or the Series X refresh. So it's like, the fuck, man? Like, what the hell is going on, bro? Like, this is wild times. These are some wild times going on right now. A huge amount of community managers. Hold on. Yeah, so Jez Corden also says a huge amount of community managers have also lost their jobs across the company. Less community building for Xbox games in Microsoft's future, it seems like. Like, again, like, why? What is the reason for getting rid of community managers for specific titles and games? That's really just too much for you to keep on? If anything, that is such a critical component. That's more important than it ever has been in the age of social media. I just don't get it. Like, I don't get it, man. So let me get this straight. Microsoft acquires Bethesda, and then Pete Hines is fucking gone. Pete Hines is like, fuck this shit, I'm out. Then Microsoft acquires Activision Blizzard, and then Mike Ybarra is like, supposedly, yeah, I'm out. Peace. This is fucking crazy, dude. Like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't know how anybody could not see that this is just whatever. I don't even know why I bother. Jason Schreier says, feels particularly cruel seeing or hearing from people who just a few months ago were expressing delight and optimism about Phil Spencer and their new corporate owners today, saying that they were laid off. Right underneath that, I see somebody saying, I've been laid off from Activision Blizzard after 13 years of employment. I was the sole income earner of our household, so leads on new positions would be appreciated. Jesus Christ, man. Another tweet underneath that. The entire survival team just got laid off. I'll be radio silent while I sort out and feel my emotions before I figure out what's next. I loved working on this project with my team. It was the best thing I ever did in my career. I'm only sorry no one will ever get to see it. So I guess that was the Blizzard survival game. Shu, who worked at Blizzard or works at Blizzard, says, unfortunately, what the fuck is this pop-up? Unfortunately, a third of my team was let go today, including myself. I feel absolutely terrible for the others. One just signed a lease, another just got married, another just moved here for the job and was here barely a month, and so on. I wish I could fix it for them. Jesus, man. I'm not even looking for this stuff. This is all just shit that's coming on my, like, it's just showing up on my feed. I don't follow any of these people. Well, let me go. So you heard all that what I just read, right? Like, I was reading tweets and posts from employees and stuff, and people were laid off. Let me go see what some of the people are saying under my post here. This is not just a Microsoft thing. Massive layoffs are happening across all the tech industry. Ah, yes. You can't be mad at Microsoft when everybody's doing it. This is to be expected. Phil presumably cut the people that needed to be cut. The gaming community, Blizzard specifically, for years has done nothing but complain. Ybarra was attacked for his handling of the franchise. This is what gamers wanted. This is a result of underperforming franchises for years. Holy shit. Okay, now we're blaming the gaming community. Okay. Like, dude, this is the... Do you see why I lose my fucking mind, bro? Do you see why I lose my fucking mind? This is the bullshit that people have to say. I'm out. I'm done. I quit my stream. I'm done. Fuck this shit. God, like, I cannot believe this is the shit people are saying. Look, I didn't even say anything crazy. I just said people told me this would be good for the fucking industry. That's what they told me over and over and over and over again. They shoved it down my fucking throat. And of course, when I fucking point that out, of course, they're going to fucking come out and be like, yeah, you didn't expect this? Are you kidding me? This is the gamer's fault. Like, get the fuck out of here, bro. I'm sorry. Now, in case you can't tell, I'm triggered, bro. Dude, I'm on Twitter for about like 5 fucking minutes, and I'm lost, bro. I'm just fucking lost. God. Twitter sent me, man. Let's keep going, though. MBG, like any big acquisition, you will see workforce adjustments and layoffs. All right, well, I mean, he's not wrong. Good or not, ABK voted to be sold. Microsoft agreed to buy. It's really that simple. Nothing altruistic about it. This is business, bro. Y'all need to get in the real world. Thank you. You're right, bro. I need to get in the real world. Fuck these bitches for crying on Twitter about losing their job. Fuck these people. Go Microsoft. Woo! Can't wait for that $4 trillion market cap. We're getting there. Read IGN's comments. Oh man, I can only imagine. I will. I will, because that's what I quoted. Give Phil a raise, man. He needs a raise. This has nothing to do with the industry. These layoffs are about redundancies in Xbox operations. Activision was a publisher, so unfortunately there was going to be a lot of... See, dude, you know what? Fuck these people, bro. I'm just gonna dude, fuck these people. I'm just gonna put it out here. Like, we're clearly seeing it's not just redundancies. It's not just redundancies. It's fucking corporate greed. Outsource, outsource, outsource. Oh, what's that? You guys were working on a survival game? Yeah, fuck you and fuck your team. This is what pisses me off. These people think they're part of Microsoft, dude. They think they're part of Microsoft, and they think they fucking know. Like, they're in the board meetings. They know, oh, I know exactly what happened. Let me tell you. Go fuck yourselves, dude. Seriously. This is unbelievable. But I shouldn't expect any different. These are fucking random people on Twitter. I should listen to them. They know. They know what's up. Didn't Sony cut staff from Bungie not that long ago? But we're not going to talk about that now, Army. I'm done. Dude. Listen. If I can't delete my Twitter, I have to start making more money on it because I am done, bro. I am done. I can't. I gotta go read IGN's comments. Walk out. I can't believe this shit. I can't believe this. But we're not going to talk about that. Bro, I have like fucking 12 hours worth of content or more talking just about that. Are you shitting me? I'm about to just tweet out fuck all y'all and just delete my Twitter. Or not delete it, but just delete everything and just make that my only post. Twitter's so bad, dude. MBG going L3R3. Oh, my blood pressure, dude. This is not good. This is not good. Like, this is not good for me. And yet I go right back in. Dude, oh my god. Underneath that, I got to bring this. I'm going to have to show this shit to you guys. No, I don't want to show it. I don't want to show it on my screen because I know what that's going to do. It's going to give them more attention. Okay? So, you listen, underneath that, somebody else took a screenshot of an article. Bungie reportedly lays off staff, delays marathon, and Destiny 2 the final shape. And they say, bro, keep that same energy. Like, dude, I am literally, oh my God, I am dealing with genuine. See, I come into a stream like this. I'm going to have to go get checked for bipolar disorder. I don't think I'm bipolar. I think this is what the internet does to me. It makes me insane, bro, because it's like, I come in here trying to be reasonable and passionate about the human aspect, and then human beings themselves on Twitter make me go, you know what? Never mind. Fuck all y'all. You're all dumb. I hate you all. Like, I'm done. It's like, holy shit. All right. Let me calm down here a little bit. You're not. Oh my God, no way. Like, no way. You're not going to talk about those Bungie and other Sony layoffs. You should probably sit this one out. Listen. I need to know. Is somebody out there? Because this is wild, bro. Is somebody out there like making claims that I didn't talk about the Bungie shit? Because look, man, I don't usually feel the need to defend myself, but I'm seeing an abnormal amount of people. Yeah, I mean, look, if they're just gaslighting me, that's one thing. But it's like if there's shit going around, no way. Let me see. I'm actively losing brain cells. Um. Wow. Wow, man. This is no way. Dude, I cannot believe the level of holy shit, man. All right, let me read some of the Activision or the IGN comments. That's crazy. That's crazy, man. Like, see, this is what I mean. This is what I mean. I have learned that I'm damned if I do and I'm damned if I don't, bro. I could spend hours and hours and hours, days. I could spend literal days talking about Bungie and their layoffs. Just to what? 2 months, not even 2 months. Like less than 2 months later, Microsoft has layoffs. I say something about it, and it's like none of it mattered. Like that's the thing is there is no winning. So to that I say, fuck them. All right, let me check the replies. This is under IGN's post. I'm just gonna read these, not in any particular order, just the order at which they show up. Under Microsoft, everything will be better, they said. Geez, what's with all these companies laying off? I see half the people in the comments have never seen this happen when big companies merge and then they trim the workforce and repurpose redundant positions. Still sad to see. You do here. Wow, you have $1 trillion company and still laid people off. All this downsizing from all these companies feels like a collapse is coming. This is why they should have never acquired them. Pretty standard to see this happen. These comments are a lot less interesting than I thought they would be. You know, I'm so tired of this bullshit, man. You know what? Straight up, people are not keeping the same energy. I can tell you that. It's either that people aren't keeping the same energy, or the people who are definitely not keeping the same energy are being like fucking are like in hardcore damage control mode. Hold on. There's audio problems. Shit. It should fix itself, hopefully. No, they're not keeping the same energy because, dude, when Bungie announced their layoffs, and it's not just Bungie. To be fair, like any of these companies but it was especially bad with Bungie. From certain people. People were acting like the fucking world's ending, dude. And now the amount of fucking people that I'm seeing, like, this is normal and to be expected, man. Okay, there's nothing to see here. Go fuck yourselves. Like, seriously, these are the types of people I'm talking about, where it's like, fuck you. I'm tired of this bullshit. Like, if you're not gonna fucking keep that same energy, at least just admit it, man. That's all. Like, if you could at least admit it, it would be so much easier to just walk away. Like, admit that you fucking want to protect Microsoft or protect your preferred whatever. You know? But no, I don't get to see it. Instead, I get to see these fucktards come out and leave comments where it's like, what about Bungie? Bet you got nothing to say about Bungie. Like, you know what, dipshit? You these are the people that should be deleting their fucking accounts. Because you're so unbelievably wrong and so unbelievably stupid. If you knew anything about anything regarding me, because you're so willing to comment on it, you know, in such a definitive way, you would know that, dude, I talked about Bungie more than like 99.9% of people, and I had nothing good to say. I kept this exact same energy. The only thing I would say is different is that with Bungie, you're saying the audio's cutting out? I don't know if there's something going on. The only thing is I said, listen, the problem with Bungie and the difference in this situation is Bungie is fucking up with their revenue. And they made this decision themselves because they were like, listen, we're fucking up. This is different where we're hearing, we're the physical media department. Fuck you. Oh, what's that? Activision Blizzard has a great customer support team. Yeah, fuck them. We'll outsource that shit. You're talking about the same fucking company that outsourced like the majority of their development for Halo Infinite. I don't want to hear this shit. I don't want to hear from these fucking people anymore, dude. I don't want to fucking hear from these people anymore. I just don't, man. I just don't, because they don't care what happens. That's what I realized about these people. Those people. And you know who I'm talking about. They don't care what happens. All they want is to see Microsoft win at any fucking cost. Buy publishers, consolidate, lay off, whatever. Outsource, it doesn't matter. Win. Beat Sony. That's all that matters to them, man. And when I see shit like this, it's clear as day. It's clear as day. People making it seem like I'm the one console warring because I'm just saying, hey, I was told this was good for the industry. That's what I was fucking told. That's what I was told. Like, straight up. But, you know, whatever. There's your rant. You're saying this is just the goddamn Twitter. I know. Sometimes it goes beyond Twitter, though. Sometimes it does. Let me see. Saying Bobby's laughing in the background. Yeah. Like I said, man, these people were just like, oh, it's just business as usual. Like, dude, I can tell you right now. Like, do you remember? Yeah, so is Lulu. Oh yeah, she's laughing the loudest, bro. She knew. She's like, look at these fucking shills. Look at them. They bow down to me. They bow down to their corporate overlords. They do. And it's funny because people frame me that way, and it's like, have you not fucking heard the way I've talked about Sony and the shit that I've said? No, you haven't. You haven't, and you never will, because you don't care. It's not even mental gymnastics at this point, dude. To call them mental gymnastics is to give it too much credit. It's not mental gymnastics. It's just flat out brain rot, dude. Hive mind, brain rot fucking mentality. That's all it is. Remember when Naughty Dog laid off their quality assurance team because it turns out that The Last of Us multiplayer was getting canceled? You remember how people talked about that? Oh, man. Shit's really hitting the fan, and we're like, yeah, that's pretty shitty. This is a shitty situation. Not sure what the fuck's going on with Naughty Dog over there. Still not quite sure. Hoping things are getting back on track. Did I see the Xbox curator tweet? Absolute brain dead. I haven't, and I don't know that I don't know that I want to see it. In case you can't tell, like, I don't think I can take anymore, man. I can't take anymore. Stephen Leon, you're saying, bro, don't let this get to you. And everyone that says they're cutting fat, keep that same energy when you're that fat. Fellow feeling. No, I hear you, man. It's cathartic for me. You're right, though. Like, the whole thing about it, man, is that, listen, I want to think about how I want to navigate this. I'm going to be very broad, but hopefully you'll understand what I'm saying. For the past, year and a half or so, there are certain groups of people that have attempted to convince others that this is who this person is, and this is all they are. And they do it through a filter. That filter is, I'm going to show you who this person is. I'm only going to show you bits and pieces, and you're going to form an opinion based on the bits and pieces I show you. And so what they do is they make sure that those bits and pieces are all very curated, very specific, very out of context. Sometimes the context is there and it doesn't even matter to some people. But they do this over and over again. And eventually what it does is it creates, again, a hive mind mentality of just drones, of people that this is the result. That's the point I'm trying to get at. This right here, where I say something about the Microsoft layoffs, and the most upvoted and prominent responses are people saying, they're talking about Bungie, and they're trying to frame it as, I didn't talk about Bungie. It just goes to show how little these people know about the very thing, the very person, the very whatever that they're choosing to either dislike or hate or have a strong opinion of. This is what happens over and over and over again in different circles, not just with me either. And, you just really got to ask yourself, at what point do people realize that you are part of a hive mind? You are willingly choosing to say, I only want bits and pieces. I only want to hear what I want to hear. And if I hear anything else, we're just going to ignore that. When do you wake up and realize that's what you're doing? Because what they'll, and that's the thing, is what they'll do is they'll say, no, MBG, that's what you're doing. Oh, okay. Gotcha. That's what we are doing here. Never mind. But see, it's a situation where it's like, you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. I could come out here. It is exhausting. I could come out here. I could grab all the clips of all the times I was harsh, critical, sometimes even just straight up crazy towards PlayStation or Sony. But none of that would matter. None of that would matter because they already said that doesn't matter. This is the hive mind we choose to be part of. And so there's no one doing that. So, yeah, that's the thing. Carl, you're saying clip a video of you saying that you didn't like the Bungie thing and reply to them. Well, man, I'll just say this. I'll say this last thing and I'll calm down and, whatever. I think it was on Sunday. Yeah, on Sunday, I came across a clip that somebody put out of me. And this clip was taken from me talking about The Last of Us Part 2, specifically about Abby and that whole scene with Joel and Abby. And the person basically was saying that, like, yeah, I don't think MBG actually played this game. I think he lied about playing The Last of Us Part 2. He never actually played it. And it sounds that way based off of what he's saying in this clip, right? And then I saw other people who were, again, part of these just hive mind, dumbass circles. Again, they're doing what they do. They circle jerk each other. Then people start chiming and be like, yeah, man, yeah, maybe. Hey, he keeps certain stuff on his profile private, so he's clearly a liar. And before you know it, it's like they're all trying to push that singular narrative that MBG lied about playing a game. And so what I do is I come out and I show them the literal, I mean, first off, you're all fucking dumb for doing that. And I don't know if they realize just how dumb they look. It's embarrassing to their own followings that I have a literal stream on my channel of me streaming The Last of Us Part 2 in 2020, sitting right there for everybody to see. But that didn't matter. So when I take it into my own hands, where it's like, okay, you know what? This is where I draw the line. I'm going to show everybody and prove that these people are trying to slander me and paint me out to be a certain way for their own gain, you know? Because that's the only way, apparently, they can get any attention. God forbid they say something on their own. Yeah, okay. Who the fuck cares what they have to say? No one. That's the reality. No one cares what they have to say about anything. I put that out there. I screenshot. I say, just so you know, here's my trophies. Like, I completed the game. And I don't ever feel the need to do shit like that. But in this case, it felt really egregious. Where it's like, you guys are really trying to get people to believe this fucking lie. So I'm going to disprove it right now and end it. Now, let me ask you something. What do you think happened after I did that? What do you think happened? Do you think they turned around and said, oh, yeah, my bad? Do you think they said, you know what? Maybe that was kind of wrong. Maybe it was kind of wrong of us to try to promote a lie or what is an assumption and frame it as you're just a liar. Maybe that was wrong. No. What I witnessed were people doubling, tripling, quadrupling down on something that's not true. Or, like I said, let's move the goalposts, right? Or let's take that goalpost down, disappears. You know what? Here's the one over here, though. Not only, I literally saw people saying that's photoshopped. Like, oh, okay, that's photoshopped, man. Sure is. Again, the stream's on my channel, but it's photoshopped. If it's not photoshopped, then, and this is the best part, you didn't platinum it. You only got 32 or 35% of the trophies. What? LOL. That's not something to brag about. Like, what? This is what I mean. It's like, dude, I'm being told I lied about playing and beating a game, and I'm proving to you that it's a lie. And that's the amount of responses I got from that. It just, listen, it made me realize that the hate campaigns that these people push out there, the hive mind that they are creating, the lowest of the low that they appeal to, you just begin to realize that, like, holy shit, this isn't about whether somebody's lying or telling the truth, about what's right, about what's wrong, about keeping the same energy, about it's not about any of that. It never will be. And so, yeah, it's just the reality of the internet these days. And I don't know if it was always like this. Maybe it was, and I just never really noticed until now. But it's like, holy shit, dude. You could come out here and straight up prove people wrong, and they're like, nope. I don't want to hear it, MBG. So, to that, what I will say is, I can't wait to see how far you go. You know what happens to these people, though? It's happened time and time again, and it will continue to happen because for some reason, these people, you're talking about people that are so stupid, people that are genuinely so stupid that they can't realize that, just so you know, your own audience, the people that you are trying so desperately to appeal to, and you're begging for their attention, and you're doing anything to make sure that they still follow you or give you likes or whatever it is, or views, whatever it is, just so you know, they will turn on you. And when they do, it's over. It is over for you, because that is exactly what you built up. That those are the types of people that you are courting and saying, I want to appeal to you. I want you here. Well, good. You can have them, because they're fucking animals. And when they decide that they're done with you, it's over, dude. You live by the sword. Not even the sword. You live by the bullshit. You die by the bullshit, man. All right. BB12 was like, all right, man. I think that's enough. Yeah, I know. I went on too long there, but don't mind I'll try. I'm trying to not let the insanity come through, but no matter how hard I try, it still makes its way through. What is okay? We got Ice Rezo with another super chat. He says, MBG, nothing is for free. All those people that want Call of Duty into Game Pass, Microsoft needs to find a cost-cutting measure to make up for that loss of revenue. Well, I think there's something to be said for that as well, man, where it's like, I think people are maybe they're glossing over the fact that it is true that, like, I'm sure that some of the developers or some of the people laid off, I'm sure some of them are actually legitimately like redundancies where it's like, we really can't make this work. I'm sure there are. But as we're learning more about who exactly was let go and who exactly was laid off, and hearing that it's happening with Call of Duty, like, to me, the Call of Duty developers that's the weird one here, because it's like, hold on. And that's the thing too, is like, now we're framing it as, these people were just being paid to drink coffee. It's like, I was told that Call of Duty is so big, right? And the reason why it's so successful and the reason why they can keep it a well-oiled machine is they need that amount of people, like, at all times. But now it's just actually, no, these people were just drinking coffee. They weren't even doing anything. Okay. I guess that's one way to look at it, but from my perspective, it's like, I don't quite understand where the overlap would be there. Where's the redundancy there? You know what I mean? Like, these are dedicated studios working on dedicated Call of Duty games. They're not working with Bethesda on Bethesda games. They're not working with Xbox Game Studios on Xbox Game Studios games. You know? I don't understand, like, where that is coming, like, where that mentality is just coming from, where it's like, no, dude, it's every single person, every single developer that was let go, they're just all redundant. There's no reason for them to be there. And it's like, we're clearly seeing things come out that's like, no, some of these things, and I think it's ICE. I think it's beginning to look more like what you're saying, where it's like, these are cost-cutting measures. Just like with Bungie, right? These are cost-cutting measures where it's like, I think Microsoft, I don't want to say that they're getting nervous, but it's like, I think they might be getting nervous. Like, I think they might be getting nervous that, like, okay, we just poured an ungodly amount of money into this brand. We need, like, now, not tomorrow, not next week, not next month, like, time's up. We need to start making money tomorrow, today. We should have been making money yesterday. And I feel like you clearly begin to see this when Microsoft's like, yeah, we're going to be a great publisher on PlayStation, Nintendo, and that's fine. I get it. You're already publishing on PlayStation, Nintendo, but they're clearly saying like we're going to do that more because we want to make more money. Microsoft is probably sweating bullets right now, knowing that subscriptions are flatlining, dude. When every investment they made was justified with the Game Pass model. Meanwhile, Game Pass is flatlining. At some point, it's like if they can't get this shit together and really justify, again, not just, oh, here's how much revenue we're making, but the revenue, the profitability, the expected profitability with investments of that size. What is going to happen? Shit even worse than this, man. Sadly. Poor trillion dollar company needs that money. I mean, I mean, I know it sounds maybe a little bit ridiculous in that way, but it's like, it is true. Yes. Like, regardless of the scale, like regardless of just the amount of money we're talking about, that is how the market works. And when we talk about the rules and how is this game played, this is how the game is played. Connor, you're saying breaking news: Microsoft are employing cheaper labor by moving game making overseas. Are you serious? Is that a news story that just came out? Hi-Fi Rush adds DualSense support on Steam and Microsoft Store. Wait, hold on. Wait, though. I was told that I'm an idiot. I was told that I was totally wrong for covering those rumors about Hi-Fi Rush coming to PlayStation. I was told that I jumped to conclusions and that there's no chance that's going to happen. Hold on. Oh, wait, I'm still that because it's still not confirmed, but okay. That's cool. They're just putting DualSense. Holy shit, they're going to have DualSense support for Hi-Fi Rush. You'll love to see it. I'm no longer at Moon Studios. I'm going to die without my medication. I'm so furious and sick. Level designer. Sorry, Nina. You're just redundant. We don't need you. Bye. That's the Good luck. Don't try to appeal to anybody here because you're just going to see dumbasses with that energy. I lost basically my entire team. I'm at a loss for words right now. That's Mike, live ops / multiplayer senior QA lead on the Call of Duty franchise. Sorry, Mike. You're redundant. Not needed. Bye. Jesus, dude. I'm not, just so we're clear, I'm not looking for these messages. They just keep popping up on my feed. This is why these people who are out here actually saying the shit they're saying about like, well, let me explain. Just shut the fuck up. No one cares to hear your explanation. Go explain it to them, not me. Go explain it to them. God, man, these fucking robotic freaks. I'm beginning to think this is what's wrong with the world, bro. People acting like goddamn robots. Fuck, we don't need AI. Just hire these people. This is where I don't know if people realize this is where we're headed. This is the market, dude. This is the market. Like redundant, not needed, redundant, not needed, obsolete, replace you with AI. No wonder why artists are shitting their pants right now, bro. No wonder why artists are losing their minds because they're like, we are going to get replaced by every company with AI. It's going to happen. They know it. We know it. The companies know it. Everybody knows it. That's going to happen. And you know why it's going to happen? It's going to happen because the market says we're okay with this. Fuck, man. What is going on? The market's okay with it. Again, it's like I said earlier, man. It's like I said earlier. Where as a society do we draw the line? Do a set. IP Gaming is like, do a set, bro. Get that shit out. Oh man, I don't even remember what the hell I went on here for. This is what happens when I go. I went to go on Twitter for something specific. Oh, it was from the super chat. Hold on. This is what Connor said. YouTube will try to replace you with an AI version of you, but they won't be able to do it. They might try. A version of me that can be live 24/7. I don't need to eat, sleep, breathe. I could just be here all day. Actually, maybe I should come up with that. I'm going to put out an AI version of myself so I don't have to do this anymore. I could just retire. Just let the AI version of me make all the money. You know what? I'm beginning to understand these companies. Now I know exactly why they want to do what they want to do. Avatar MBG. Really quick, wasn't there like a YouTuber who actually tried to do that? Wasn't there a YouTuber that tried to do that and it like backfired on him or something? Well, no, MBG's real as long as he keeps ranting like this. Probably. Cardboard cutout MBG coming. That would be funny. Dude, that would be a great idea. I actually like don't go on camera anymore. I just have a cardboard cutout of myself like sitting here or like placed in front of the camera the whole time. Same background and everything. And you just like, I become the cardboard cutout. You just hear my voice. The dude, you're saying you're all virtue signaling for designers now, but once you start getting dozens more games a year, you won't give a fuck. That dude, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Generally speaking, you're right. That is exactly. But that's what Microsoft knows, dude. They're like, dude, we don't care. Get everybody get your panties in a bunch. You know, get all upset, shit all over us. But we know come November 2024, when Call of Duty Black Ops 300 or whatever is fucking dropping day one in the Game Pass, we know none of y'all are going to remember this and give a shit. And they're absolutely right. So, do we enable them or do they enable us? Which is it? I will say, though, I will say, this may be the harsh, brutal truth that maybe everybody deep down can accept because we know it's exactly what's gonna happen. But it still, in my opinion, does not justify the shit that people are saying. You know, I don't think it justifies the way the way some people are responding right now, where it's like, dude, come on, please. Leia has joined me. The M and MBG is Microsoft bound gamer. I am bound to Microsoft, yeah. All right, hold on. Microsoft is reportedly laying off the entire physical game department at Xbox. Dude, fuck Microsoft. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. No, I don't know why I start sense like fuck Microsoft. I'm done. I'm done, man. Like this is just where it's like whatever. What are you gonna do? Nothing I can do. You know what? You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna buy physical games. You know what? I think I don't know. I don't know if I want to make this stance, but it I'm at a point where it's like, if this really is going to start to be aggressively pushed, where it's like we're not making physical games anymore. Like God, man, I don't like that. Like, that makes me get to a point where it's like, well, I'm not going to fucking buy your games then. Just because, I don't know, just because it feels like this is forceful, man. I think it is. The whole idea of like, okay, you have Game Pass, that's fine. It's just like you're renting games. Fine. But now leaning more into this direction where it's like, yeah, we're just going to stop making physical games now too. It's like, come on. This is getting ridiculous, man. And I understand that I don't have a problem with digital. And I understand that a lot of people do prefer to buy digital. But I just think like this whole notion of like, we're going to just do it. Like, no, like, don't just do it. It's like when I saw people talking about Hellblade 2, yeah, not like, oh, it's fine. Who cares? Like, no, dude, do you not see what's happening? Like, do you really not see? It's not fine. And if it was fucking Sony doing it, I'd be even louder. If Sony comes out, I was like, yeah, Wolverine's not getting a physical version. I'd be like, Sony, fuck you. Like, fuck you. Seriously. What do you mean? It's getting ridiculous, man. Like, when are people going to wake up and realize that these companies just want to take the option away from us because once they take it away, we'll never get it back and they have all the control? It's exactly what Ubisoft said, man. Ubisoft, everybody was getting all mad at Ubisoft. They were just being straight up like, listen, the only way this shit's going to work is if people get comfortable not owning games. Okay, so what do? Don't get comfortable not owning games. It's that simple. And you'll preserve the option for as long as you're not comfortable with not owning your games. Let me see here. We got Lost Soul. You're saying, how much money do you want to take your hat off? So I got to be careful here because I feel like if I say like a lower number, like a realistic number, you might actually drop that money. And then I might actually have to take my hat off. I don't know, man. Let me see. Big MP was here that one stream. Big MP dropped like $3,000 or something. This was like one time. He like went, dude, he dropped like the most amount of gifts at one time I've ever seen a person drop. And I told him like, dude, if you want me to take my hat off, I'll take it off. And he was like, no. And maybe it wasn't 3,000. It was like 1,000 or 1,500 or something. It was a lot. And I told him like, dude, you gifted an unbelievable amount of gifts. If you want me to take my hat off, I'll take it off. And he was like, no, dude, don't. I was like, oh, okay. Well, fuck, man. I really expected him to say take it off, and I was going to. I think at the time was I wearing a wig though? I don't know. So Lost Soul, I mean, I don't know, man. It's a high number. It's a high number. I did shave my head yesterday, so yeah, I think it was more than 1K. It was a lot, dude. He gifted like an insane amount of memberships. It's a one-time thing. Can't be put back on. To be honest, it would be nice to do my streams without my fucking hat anymore. I got a mole on my head. No, I don't think I do. Saying no shame in being bald in there with you. Oh, dude, I'll be honest, man. It's pretty nice. Like growing up, one of the things I always hated is anytime my hair would grow out, I'm like, man, I fucking hate like managing my hair. And I always got like a buzz cut. I was always destined to be bald, man. Like I always got like a number one buzz cut, like a crew cut. And that's always what I did. And I think my hair was just like, all right, well, he doesn't want us anyway. So we're just going to go now. But yeah, I don't know that there's a specific number, man. Like if I were to sit here and say to Lost Soul, like, dude, drop $3,000 in total on this stream, and I'll take my hat off. I mean, maybe I would. Yeah, $3,000. But you're gonna pay me $3,000 to take my hat off? Okay, dude. I should rename I should rename it from MBG Mega Bald Guy. There we go. Muscle Bald Guy. That would be, dude. That's the way to go. That's the way to go. But you're saying when you made the decision to fully shave your head, it made you look 10 years younger. That's the thing, man. Like if you have like a really bad receding hairline or like male pattern baldness and it's like kind of past the point of no return, unless you're like willing to get like hair plugs or something or hair transplant, it really can make you look way older. Like if I grew my hair out right now, like if I just grew it out, I would probably look like at least 15 years older. I would look like I'm like 45 or 50. Maybe I don't know. I don't think I look that old now, but I would look that old because I got a lot of gray hair too. You shave your head. Hair injections do look noticeable. I mean, I think I know for some people it's like some people really do care about their hair, and I totally get that. Like I totally get it. Like you grow up having hair, and you know some people like having different styles, and for some people it is a part of their identity. It's like I totally get that. I honestly am just glad that's not me because man, my hairline started to recede early, dude. Like in my early 20s, like it was already starting. And it's funny because I remember growing up, like everybody told me that. Like they were like, "Man, you got the thickest hair," and I was like, "Oh, okay." And they're like, "Enjoy it now, because you're gonna lose it." And I was like, "I guess maybe," and then I did. Do I go into public without my hat? I do. Yeah, I do. I'm telling you, the only reason I haven't done it yet is just because. Listen, don't be surprised. I'm not saying this will happen. It just if it does, it does. Don't be surprised if just one day I start a stream and my hat's not on, and I'm just not going to acknowledge it. Everybody else will be freaking out about it, be like, "Oh my god, he did it." But don't be shocked when that day comes because I'm just gonna get tired of putting on this hat every time I stream. I was supposed to save it for 100K, but it seems like we're never gonna get there. So it's like at this point, damn, I'm like cursed. I'm bound to the hat bound gamer. Yeah, if you see me without the hat, that's the AI version of me. I should do something funny though. I should like I should put some kind of like get some kind of like a makeup or something, like something you get for Halloween, put it on my head. So when I take a hat off, it's like it looks like there's something really, really going on there. People are like, oh, dude, maybe you should put the hat back on, man. I don't know. I don't know. You should put the hat back on. You're saying you're married with children. Who cares? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't know. Some women are really into that. So I don't know. I guess there's some women out there that like it really matters to them if their partner or whatever has hair. And I get it. I get it. But I think for there's like other women where they like I don't know, they like the bald look or they just don't care. Everybody's different. Everybody's got their preferences. You want to drop 10,000 for MBG to grow his hair out? No, dude, that I would yeah, I'd grow my hair out for 10,000. It depends on how long. Because I'll tell you, if you were to drop 10K for me to grow my hair out and then reveal my hair like grown out, dude, it would take like years. It would take like 2 years or something. So it would have to be an investment. It's like I actually secretly do get like a hair transplant, and it's like I reveal my hair. It's like perfect, luxurious. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Absolutely. MBG with a fro. I mean, my hair does grow out curly. I have a couple pictures. Funny enough, Mrs. MBG, like we have this setting on the TV in the living room where when it goes idle or it goes to a screensaver, it's family photos, and there are like a couple of photos in there where I just like I did grow my hair out, and it looked insane. To be honest, if it still this was like I don't know, probably like 4 or 5 years ago or something. If it still grows in the same way it did then, I wouldn't look that old. Honestly, like I think I'm exaggerating a little bit, but like you can tell, like it just doesn't. You could just tell, like if you grow, like my hair grows in thick and curly. If I just grew it out, it would look a little bit off because it's like it looks like it should be fuller, but it's not. I don't think it's at that point. Like I've seen some people with hair patterns where it's like people joke around and like, bro, let it go, man. Like let it go. What are you hanging on to? I think I might be kind of in the middle there, but in my opinion, I lean more towards the yeah, I'm not hanging on to this shit. I'm good. How much to shave my eyebrows? Oh man, that's next level. That's next level. I don't know, guys. How much should I request to shave my eyebrows? Don't eyebrows take forever to grow back in, too? I've never shaved my eyebrows. I never waxed them or anything like that. Like I know some people do that when they have really bushy, thick eyebrows, but my eyebrows have been this way since forever. Actually, you know what? There on my left eyebrow, I noticed there is one hair follicle for some reason. It like grows in longer, like noticeably longer, and sometimes it'll like curl down, and I'll notice it. And I'll be like, all right, I'm gonna pull that out because I don't know what's going on there. A million? It would have to be a lot, dude. It would have to be a lot of money to shave my eyebrows. You could draw them in like a woman. You work at home, you'd be fine. Yeah, I don't go out in public, so or I very rarely do. No problem. That's funny, dude. That's funny. Oh my god, I feel like today's stream was just pure chaos. What do you guys think? Y'all see the Vince McMahon text? No, I haven't. Do I want to know? Do I want to know what the Vince McMahon texts are saying? Is it trending? Activision Blizzard's trending. Microsoft. So I'm on Reddit. Microsoft has shut down the Xbox physical games division. The top reply on the Reddit thread is, yeah, Microsoft is without a doubt going fully digital only. As a reminder, back in September of last year, it was also leaked that the Series X refresh will be digital only. So anyone who is interested in a Series X and wants physical media better get one this year. That might do it for me, dude. I don't know. Like here's what scares me about this. Here's what scares me about this. Um, I'm afraid that by Microsoft pulling the trigger on this one, I'm afraid that it's like Sony's going to be like, well, they did it. So it's the pay to play online thing, you know? It's like Xbox was the first one to say we should just charge people to play online on Xbox with Xbox Live. And Sony didn't do that. And then when it became clear by Microsoft doing that like, oh, it's working, like people are actually supporting that and paying for it, then Sony was like, we're going to do it too. Absolutely. And I can't blame Sony because it's like, yeah, I guess it worked. But I'm really afraid that that exact same domino effect is going to happen and Microsoft's going to be the one to initiate it by being like, yeah, we're going to go all digital. And we're going to show everybody that there's nothing, like, you're just going to accept it. People are just going to accept it. And then at some point, Sony is going to be like, we should too. We should too. That's my big fear here. I really don't want that shit to happen, man. Because that's why I can't say, like, if these companies go all digital, I can't honestly say I'll quit gaming because I know I won't. I know I won't. I know that I'll still play games, but man, I will have a tantrum that will it like you think I held a grudge with The Last of Us Part 2 or you think I held a grudge with Xbox in general? Dude, the day physical media is erased from gaming, I will hold that grudge I think forever. Cuz that's just like it shouldn't be that way. It just shouldn't. I don't care if only 5% of people are buying their games physical. It shouldn't be that way. It's just not right. Shit ain't right, bro. You're saying if games go full digital, you're going to go full YouTube Let's Play? That's interesting. I wonder how many people really would do that. Sony still makes the Walkman, so I'm sure they'll continue to make discs. Yeah, that has always fascinated me about Sony, is that they still make, I mean, it's a very different version of a Walkman. It's like a digital Walkman, but they still make it. At least when it comes to consoles, that's what has kind of always reassured me that, okay, I think I think Sony's going to make consoles for a long, long time. Because, dude, they still make the Walkman. Like, could you not sit next to my computer like you're about to attack it? Thanks. I swear, man. These cats. Let me see what else people are saying. Turns out Don Matrick wasn't wrong. He was just early. It's like fucking Judgment Day over at Microsoft right now. If digital games were cheaper, then I'd be swayed towards buying them over physical, but they aren't. I don't know. That to me, that's not the only reason. Honestly, like to me, it's not it's not just about the price. Not saying that I would spend a copious amount of money just to keep physical. I mean, in some cases, maybe I would, but it goes beyond just that. This person with a lot of upvotes says, this person, see, I'm right here with this guy. One of the top comments, PlayStation better not think of doing it, man. Exactly. This is why I hate Microsoft. Because Microsoft clearly has the balls to do something that Sony or Nintendo wouldn't for good reason. There's a reason why you shouldn't have the balls to do it, because it's fucked up. They're afraid of the backlash, as they should be. Fear that backlash, man. Somebody else says, well, I think this is the future. This is the future. Canning physical media isn't a good idea. You lose shelf and marketing presence in shops, which could lead to non-gamers assuming Xbox has shut down or changed significantly. If they walk into stores to buy a console or a game and your product isn't around, well, I get digital is a huge portion of sales, but I disagree with this move. You will own nothing and be happy with it. Fuck this. If the next Xbox is digital only with zero possibility of playing physical discs, like an optional disc drive or something, I'm simply not going to buy it and will stick with my Series X. I own plenty of One X, Series X, and especially 360 games physically. This last part is particularly important because most of the games I own physically aren't available to buy digitally anymore, despite the fact that they're backwards compatible. And that divide is only going to grow bigger as more and more games get pulled from the store. Ubisoft recently pulled a shit ton of games from sale. The dark age is upon us. I hope. Listen, man, I hope more than anything. I really hope that if Microsoft is getting ready to pull this shit, they're like getting ready to be like, yeah, we're gonna rip the Band-Aid off. They tried to do it with Game Pass, and it seems like it kind of worked, but not fully. In a little bit for when I do the members launch. Yeah, thanks. Oh, all right. MBG, check out what John from Digital Foundry said about this. Yeah, well, I mean, like, I just hope that if Microsoft really tries to go through with this anytime soon, that I want the people to speak up, man. I want the market to push back on them the same way they did during the Xbox One reveal, where it's like, no, like we're not ready for this. Like we don't want this, Like it's just we won't accept this. Like I want to see that, but I do worry that like we're not, going to see that type of pushback this time around. Um, I'm trying to see where John Linneman reply. Like, was it a reply that he did? I don't know. It will not stop. They're going digitally. It's sad but true. It's happening. Yeah, I mean, there is always the possibility, of course, that Microsoft, once they make that decision, they're just like, we don't care. Like maybe in Microsoft's case, it's like the backlash, excuse me, won't matter because it's like no one buys our games physically anyway. Like it just like the people and I will admit this. I will admit this too. Like I can't say I can't say that I'm fully justified in I left my live stream that I'm fully justified in my anger towards it because I can't honestly sit here and say like, yeah, I bought your physical Xbox games. It's like I didn't, but that gets into a whole nother issue with Microsoft that we've talked about a lot. And it's not worth bringing up here again. But I just hope that people realize the importance of physical media still existing. You know, I understand convenience. I understand how it's just better in some cases for some people and it makes more sense. But saying Until Dawn was pulled from certain PSN regions, I guess that Until Dawn announcement's coming a lot sooner than we thought. I meant to talk to you guys about this. I'm seeing a lot of outrage for Until Dawn and the fact that apparently it's coming to PS5 and PC. It's another remaster, not another remaster. You know what's weird to me about Until Dawn, though, specifically? Is that, like, I'm anticipating, I would be surprised. My question simply is, who is porting it? You know? You're saying he was attacked on Twitter for mentioning Hellblade 2 digital only. The cold is crazy. Yeah, fuck them, dude. I can't like that's where I get pissed off. Like fuck those cultists. That's what you're damn right. That's what they are. They're a goddamn cult. They fucking they evangelize Phil Spencer and Xbox and they can do no wrong. And if you speak anything, even if you're like an insanely objective person with no bias, like I'm assuming you're talking about like John Linneman or whoever, it's like who just cares about physical media. No, if Microsoft, our overlords, say we should stop caring about physical media, then that's Phil has spoken. Yeah, you're saying Supermassive might be porting it. So to me, the whole thing about the Until Dawn PS5 PC version is like I can't get upset about it until I know who's porting it. If it's Supermassive porting it, okay. That's not Sony. That's not PlayStation. So I don't see the problem here. If it's Nixxes porting it, the studio that Sony specifically purchased to port games to PC and PS5, potentially, I don't see a problem. This is where I'm tired of seeing people hive mind mentality, brain rot. Well, if Sony's remastering or porting over Until Dawn to PS5 and PC, then clearly they have no new games. Sony, where are the new games? Like, do you not understand? Like, do you not have any understanding of how this shit works? This is what bothers me about people is they just don't understand and they don't care to understand. They just want to follow the hive mind, which is like, oh, another remaster, outrage, Sony, what are you doing? It's like, do you think Sony said, hey, Ben, can you spend the next year remastering Until Dawn? Like, is that what people think is going on here? It's crazy to me. Like, I understand with Naughty Dog how it's like, well, Naughty Dog, The Last of Us Part 1, The Last of Us Part 2 remastered, sure, that's fine. Like, yeah, we should be a little bit like, whoa, what's going on over there, Naughty Dog? Come on. But it's like now people are acting like again, man, it's the market. I don't know what to tell these people. Like, why do you think Sony is even why do you think they even care to bring forward a game like Until Dawn? Why? Why? Why do you think that is? Do you think it's because, well, we just want to piss you off? That's what it is. We just want to make everybody angry at us. No, it's because people are going to buy it because people actually want to play it. At some point, people need to realize that these decisions are not made just for the fuck of it. You know, like these decisions are made. For example, here's one for you. Everybody bitched and moaned, myself included, about The Last of Us Part 2 remastered. This is from Christopher Dring from GamesIndustry.biz. Last of Us Part 2 sales, or The Last of Us Part 2 remastered sales in the UK are more than double what The Last of Us Part 1 managed. Very strong result. It's just like, I don't know what to tell people. Like, dude, if you don't want Sony to keep, and I'm not speaking for me because I don't really care at this point. I just don't. But if you don't want Sony to buy, and yeah, and that's just physical too. That's not even digital. If you don't want Sony to keep remastering and remaking games, stop buying them. Oh, wait, that's the thing. It's a vocal minority. Who would have thought? It's the vocal minority. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying I just want nothing but remakes and remasters. Absolutely not. But I'm tired of people acting like this is literally the only thing Sony puts out. Like, does it get a little bit comical at times? Of course. And I get it. Make some jokes, remaster Station 5, remake Station 5. That's fine. But when people get like real, like, I mean, like legitimate, like, they're seemingly getting very angry. It's like, you need to calm the fuck down and go play somewhere else if that's how you feel. Okay? Because Sony doesn't give a shit about your tears. I'm sorry. They don't. Like, what they give a shit about is, holy shit, people are buying this. And that is the tough reality that some people just don't want to accept, where it's like they'd rather just spend their time bitching, moaning, and complaining, not realizing that, like, you know, people are okay. Like, most people are okay with this. You're saying with that logic, physical games are the minority? Oh, damn right. Unfortunately, that is unfortunately true. We are the minority now. And so here's my hope though. Here's the thing. That logic doesn't hold firm, I think, or at least it's not 100% applicable because, yeah, he clapped back, bro. I don't think it's 100% applicable because it's like, if you look at the data, like at least for PlayStation, there's still a good chunk of people buying physical games. So it's like Sony could turn and say, but the majority of people are buying digital. That's true. But how many people are still buying physical? And then when you realize that percentage is still large enough to where it's like, if Sony axes that, if Sony says we're cutting that out because we don't care, that's not what people want, it's gonna hurt their bottom line. Like they're gonna lose money because it's like, well, you just lost potential sales. Sure, it may not be the majority, or, you know, it may not be like 60 or 70%, but it's still 20, 25, 30%. And that's a good chunk. That's like 1/4, you know, that's still a good chunk. Or even if it's less than that, even if it's like 15%, think about the amount of money that is. So, you know, they're not necessarily comparable in that sense, where it's like with the whole remake remaster, if it's just a basic port that's being handled by a studio they purchased to literally port it, you know, or for example, like one of the most foolish things that people believe is, for some reason, some people believe that Naughty Dog, like the entire studio of Naughty Dog, was working on The Last of Us Part 2 remastered. It's like, that's not how that works, you know? It's only a very small, like, skeleton crew, basically, working on that. People who are not vital to the development of their main project. or at least not vital yet, right? Like they're gonna come in later. And that's what's weird is that like the people who are screaming for less remasters and remakes, the biggest problem is that they don't acknowledge that there are going to be new games. Like you just need to take 5 minutes to cool down and look into PlayStation Studios, and you will realize very quickly they have a shit ton of new games in development. They're just not ready to release yet, but they are there. They're in the works. They've been in development for literal years. And I get it. Like some people are like, well, I don't care. I want to see them now. And it's like, okay, I understand. I'm impatient too. I really want to see them, but like that to me is what's kind of crazy about it is that people just they're getting like insane over it. I'm seeing people get more upset at Sony at the potential of a Until Dawn port for PS5 and PC. I'm seeing more people get upset about that than they are about the fact that Hellblade 2 isn't getting a physical version. And it's like I think people's priorities are a little bit backwards here, man. From what I see, you know. No, I didn't know that. You're saying, hey, BG, did you know in Liza P, if you stand next to the Stargazer in the hotel, you can see his shadow, and depending on how much you lie, you will see his nose? I didn't know that. That's actually interesting. I know you can see it in the portrait, but I didn't know you could see it in the shadow. That's clever. That's a detail I missed. Damn, I wish I didn't miss it. You're saying they're probably going to promote the Until Dawn movie in that way? Well, I think so too. I think it's obvious. Yeah, of course it's obvious. Like they announced an Until Dawn movie. They want to get a PS5 PC version of Until Dawn to sell alongside that. But I also think it goes a step further where it's like, guys, like they literally have the lead devs who worked at Supermassive and made Until Dawn. The lead devs are working on a PS5 exclusive under the new studio they've created called Ballistic Moon. It's like what that game is, I bet you will be some kind of spiritual successor to Until Dawn. So I don't think Sony's decision to bring Until Dawn to PS5 and PC just comes from the movie itself. I think it comes with that, but also that, yeah, we also had this new game. Who would have thought? Sony has a new game in the works that they want to sell you. Mind blowing. Would have never thought. Saying there's a method to the madness on the remake remasters. Like, don't get me wrong. I would prefer usually like I would say 7 out of 10 times I prefer a new game. But I can't deny that there are instances with games where it's like, oh yeah, I want a remake of that. Yeah, I want a remaster of that. You know, Resident Evil 4 remake is a great example where like, dude, I enjoyed RE4 so much more than Resident Evil 8 or Village. I just did. Like it's just an amazing game. And yeah, I absolutely loved it. Metal Gear Solid 3 is getting remade. Oh, hell yeah. I would actually prefer that over a new game because a new game from Konami makes me very scared. A remake still makes me a little bit nervous, but I'll take that. So I'm not fully against remakes or remasters, and that's just not how I feel. And yeah, Dead Space remake, exactly. Like I don't have a problem with this shit, and I'm just getting annoyed. Like I'm not that annoyed, but it's like if people didn't want it, they wouldn't buy it. You're against unnecessary remakes. But what qualifies as an unnecessary remake or remake? I mean, like The Last of Us Part 2 remastered, my big problem with it is it did seem pretty unnecessary in that or sorry, not part 2 remastered maybe is a little bit unnecessary, but part 1 to me, part 1 was unnecessary. It was. Like it wasn't bad, you know, like I replayed it and I was like, man, I love this game. And it looks amazing. But I can agree, like to me, that felt unnecessary because it's like, well, we already have like two versions out here, and one of them still holds up great, you know, with the PS4 remaster. But it's just one of these things where it's like, they have the show out there and they're like, yeah, we want to try to capitalize on this. It's like, all right, well, meanwhile, Bloodborne fans, oh, to be a Bloodborne fan. Saying they should just slap the director's cut on it and charge $10 for an upgrade. I would have been fine with that too. Worth it to see it. Okay, yeah, that's a big thing too, Hanzo. I should have led with this. You're saying it's worth it to newcomers though, dude. I didn't play Until Dawn, and I got to be honest. Like, yeah, I'm kind of interested in like, all right, a lot of people told me I should play this game. I never did, and if Sony's like, here's a PS5 version, yeah, I'll probably play it. And that's the thing, just like Demon Souls remake. Like, I never played the original Demon Souls. That's a new game to me. It's the first time I'm playing it. So there's also that, and I think that comes with the kind of like, that's where I think a little bit of entitlement seeps its way in, where it's like, I I only expect new games, and it's like, okay, well, what about for the people who missed out? Like, what's wrong with that? And them wanting to play a remake or a remaster. Or just think about how, like, okay, so for example, Horizon Zero Dawn is apparently going to get like a director's cut or get a remaster. And that, like, to me, that feels unnecessary because I played that game like relatively recently. I think I played it in like 2019. And it doesn't feel like it was out that long. And it's like, I know for a fact that game's going to get crushed. Like, people are going to lose their shit. But there's also that reality that a lot there could be like a pretty good chunk of people on PS5 that never played it and wouldn't think of playing it until Sony puts that shiny PS5 version in front of them saying, here's a Horizon Zero Dawn remastered, and then they'll get to play it. Here's the only thing that matters to me. This is really it. When I hear of a game getting a remake or a remaster, and I feel like maybe that's a bit overly redundant and unnecessary, that's my personal feeling on it. The only question I have is who's making it and how much resource is going into it. That's what matters to me. Because if it's, okay, it's the studio that made the game, but only like 5% of their dev team is working on it. Okay, then I don't care. Because that means 95% of the rest of the dev team is working on something new or something else. That's not this remaster or remake. I'm fine with that, But if it's like, that's what made me concerned about The Last of Us Part 1 is them calling it a remake. I'm like, how much of Naughty Dog is working on this when they should be working on either a new game or this multiplayer game? Max Payne 3 remake, anyone? Hell yeah. I'd play a Max Payne 3 remake. Definitely. I'm sorry, Jeff B. Gaming. I apologize. I completely missed your super chat. Sorry. You're saying here MBG remakes and remasters are an easy way to get newbies up to speed on engine tech. Yeah, there's that too. I mean, I've heard Sony devs say that, specifically like Naughty Dog, where they're like, it's to get like new hires and people who are new at the studio familiar with the engine and working on it. And that makes sense. I mean, I almost feel like that's exactly what The Last of Us Part 2 remastered was, because I don't know, man. I don't think Sony's trying to make a lot of money on Part 2 remastered. I don't. Like, I think it's just one of these things where it's like, it won't hurt anything, But you're saying remasters are a direct result of scope creep? You're saying Naughty Dog's you're saying Naughty Dog rode out through multiple gens, starting to stale out. So again, this is where I separate. Like, I think Naughty Dog has entered that territory. I think Naughty Dog has entered that territory where it's like, all right, you guys need to not do any remasters or remakes for a good long while. It has to be new games for a good long while going forward. Like, maybe a while from now, you can do more remakes and remasters, but they really need to start moving on now. I think they already have. I'll be honest, man. Like, I think we're going to see Naughty Dog's new game this year. I do. I think we're going to see it, and I think it'll go a long way in changing the conversation towards like, hey, there we go. We got a new game from Naughty Dog. That's nice. You're saying no way, bro? Well, if we don't see it this year, that's scary to me. I would, dude. If we go 2024 without a new game announcement from Naughty Dog, I'm officially scared for them. Where it's like, bro, what have you, what, like, what have you guys been doing? Because that would confirm, dude, that they've just been working on the multiplayer and the remakes and the remasters, and that they did not have a team working on the new game this whole time. I don't think I think that they've had a team working on a new game the whole time. I do. I just think that it wasn't the entirety of the team. I think that they were basically divvied up where there was a portion of the studio working on the new game, there's a portion of the studio working on the multiplayer, and then there's a portion of the studio working on the remaster and remake. That's my guess. If it turns out that like nobody was working on a new game, oh my god, dude, like it's over. It's not over, but it's like it may as well be for the next 5 years because we're not going to see that shit anytime soon. So I will say, like, Naughty Dog said that they have multiple new games in the works. I have to imagine those aren't just 2 games they just started working on. That would be insane. I would really question like what's going on there. I saw somebody ask if I think there's gonna be a state of play next week. I think the announcement of a state of play is coming next week. I think so. Or wait, hold on. Let me see. Yeah. Yeah, I think the announcement of a state of play is coming next week at some point. Maybe. I wouldn't be surprised. Saying that would be nice. That would be nice. Sorry, I'm just checking around to see if anything else is coming out. Well, the fact that the PSN is pulling the PS4 release of Until Dawn. State of play announcement coming. I mean, yeah, there's clearly movement going on. Let me see here. So there's a new scoop out here from Jason Schreier. We got a new scoop. We'll go over it. Maybe this will be the last thing we cover here. Um, Video game maker Blizzard Entertainment canceled one of its biggest projects on Thursday as part of a reorganization under new owner Microsoft that led to mass layoffs of 1,900 people, or 8% of the gaming division's total staff. The cancellation of the game, codenamed Odyssey, left Blizzard employees reeling as some lost their jobs and others were left wondering about the future of the studio. Microsoft announced the news in an email to employees early Thursday morning, and many members of the Odyssey team were subsequently informed that they were being let go. The news arrived 3 months after they closed the $69 billion acquisition of Activision Blizzard in the largest video game deal in history. As part of the reorganization, Blizzard also parted ways with President Mike Ybarra and Chief Design Officer Alan Adam, one of the company's co-founders. Blizzard said its new president will be announced next week. It's going to be Jim Ryan. No, I'm just kidding. The maker of many hit games, including World of Warcraft and Diablo 4, has mostly focused on its large existing franchises. But in recent years, the company made a big investment in Odyssey, building up a team of more than 100 people to develop it. The game, set in a new universe, was in development for more than 6 years and outlasted many other Blizzard incubation projects. Now, the future of such efforts outside of existing franchises is uncertain. In a statement, Blizzard spokesman Andrew Reynolds said that the game's development had ended as part of a focus on projects that hold the most promise for future growth, and that the company would move some of the people on the team to one of several existing new projects Blizzard has in the early stages of development. Odyssey started in 2017 as a pitch from Craig Amai, a Blizzard veteran who worked on World of Warcraft. It was conceived as a survival game like Minecraft and Rust, but with more polish and fewer bugs. In subsequent years, the team working on the game expanded, and it announced publicly in 2022 as the company began hiring more staff. Despite the additional resources, the project struggled largely due to technical issues surrounding the engine or the suite of tools and technology that developers use to construct a game, according to people familiar with the process. Odyssey was originally prototyped on the popular Unreal Engine from Epic Games, but Blizzard executives decided to switch in part because it wouldn't support their ambitions for vast maps supporting up to 100 players at once. Blizzard instead directed the Odyssey team to use Synapse, an internal engine that the company had originally developed for mobile games and envisioned as something that would be shared across many of its projects. But that led to significant problems as the tech was slow to coalesce. And Odyssey artists instead spent time prototyping content in the Unreal Engine, and they knew it would have to be discarded later, said the people familiar with it. When the Microsoft acquisition was finalized, some Blizzard staff were hopeful that they might be able to switch back to Unreal Engine rather than trying to finish the game on Synapse. In an interview at BlizzCon in November, Mike Ybarra said that their new parent company would offer them the freedom to use the technology of their choice without having to go through the board of directors as in the past. Yikes. Uh, the tech leaders will decide what the engines are, he said. Despite the challenges, Odyssey appeared to be making progress. People who played early versions of the game enjoyed it and thought there was a lot of potential in the market for a survival game that hit Blizzard's bar for quality. Still, Odyssey was years away from completion. At one point, Blizzard was looking to expand the team to hundreds of people in hopes of targeting a 2026 release. That's not that far away. But even that seemed overly optimistic to some devs. Instead, the project was canceled as the company concluded that Synapse was not ready for production. As difficult as making these decisions are, experimentation and risk taking are part of Blizzard's history and the creative process, spokesman Reynolds said. Ideas make their way into other games or in some cases become games of their own. Starting something completely new is among the hardest things to do in gaming, and we're immensely grateful to all the talented people who supported the project. So, there you go. It's there you go. That's apparently what happened. It was because of the game. I don't know, man. What do you guys think of this? What do you think of this? I mean, my whole thing with this that I don't quite understand is if the game, I didn't even really know about this game, nor did I care. I'm not really into Blizzard that much, but my whole thing is if the game was play tested, it was in development for this long, and the game was like play tested multiple times or whatever, and it's like this is a good game. Like people are enjoying this and they think it actually has a lot of potential. Like, why would you cancel it? I mean, sure, it may still be a couple years from release, but it's Blizzard. Like, this could have been, I don't know, maybe it could have been the next big thing for Blizzard, the next huge hit. Why? I mean, if the dev said that we would like to go to Unreal Engine, I guess that would cause some issues, but I don't know. But there you go. That's the based on your reporting, it feels like how's the in-house engine going is like saying Voldemort out loud. That's funny, dude. Well, sucks all around, man. I think that's it. I think that's all I got for you guys today. To be honest, there will not be a members lounge because I overextended my reach today. I hope all of you guys understand. But we've been doing a shit ton of members lounges, and they will continue. But I think I just need to call it a day here because yeah. But man, I don't know what else to say at this point. I just feel like I have to have some conclusive thoughts here, some final thoughts before I go. And I think the final thing I'll say here before I depart is putting all of my own rants and opinions aside. I I feel that objectively speaking, it sucks for everybody in the gaming industry from top to bottom that it has to be this way, that things are so messy. And I think I speak for everyone when I say it would be great if things could change sooner rather than later and be better. Obviously, that's very idealistic, but, you know, I think it's something we can all agree with. So, regardless of whether or not you love or hate Microsoft, you love or hate Sony, it would just be great if we could all get to a better place, wouldn't it? Anyway, I also need to alter my title and thumbnail because I didn't talk about Sony blocking cheaters. I'll have to talk about that in another stream. Nothing crazy. I mean, I don't even know how much there's to say about it, but if there is more to say about it, I'll bring it up in another stream. Let me actually do that now. Hold on. Okay. There's that. You're saying, yeah, you didn't even talk about that at all. Too much Xbox trash talk. The state of play is allegedly on February 6th. Where's this coming from, actually? February 6th, that's a Tuesday. Yeah, I could see that. That falls. I said the latest it could be is like, what, the 7th? Because it falls within that 15-day window. I'm ready for it, man. That'd be a great way. Dude, that'd be an awesome way to kick off February. State of play, hopefully a good one. IP Gaming claims Jeff Grubb told him, bro, why are you trolling me like that? I could see it happening on February 6th, though. But anyway, before I head out, I just want to thank everybody for tuning in. Thank you for watching my stream. Thank you for hanging with me during the insanity that was this stream. More unhinged stream than usual. But yeah, I appreciate everybody who gifted memberships. We're sitting at 38 members today, so big shout out to everybody who gifted memberships. And as I'm saying that, Corey Landiga comes in, dude, literally at the last moment. As I'm doing my outro, Corey Landiga's like, wait, hold on. Here's a 10 bomb. Corey the legend does it again. From the top rope, bro. Good shit. Corey, thank you so Corey with dropping that 10 bomb gets us up to 48 members. So we are just 2 away from hitting another goal as I spam this. Do a set. Dude, oh my God, I feel dead right now. Maybe I could. Yo, if somebody drops a 20 bomb right now, I'll do some sets. I'll legitimately end the stream by just moving my chair and doing some exercises. See, to be honest though, I'm not expecting anybody to drop a 20 bomb because that's quite an ask. So, Exley drops another gift. Exley says, "I'll get you to 49, bro." Exley's like, "I got you. I got you." Exley, thank you so much, man. Gary, you're saying thank you for the coverage. Loving to emphasize on Microsoft and Xbox. Keep it up. Well, that's the thing, man. I just want to say too is a lot of people tell me frequently like not talk about Xbox, and I get why, but there are still people who do appreciate my coverage of Xbox. You know, maybe not like as much as PlayStation, but and dude, Exley and Corey were fighting for it, bro. Exley and Corey both dropped. Dude, you guys dropped a membership gift almost at the exact same time. That's crazy. Look at that. There's one message in the chat between both of you dropping those memberships. So between Exley and Corey, they get us to 51. 51 memberships, man. You're saying do a set? Dude, I'll be honest with you, man. I can't do a set right now. Like, I could only do a set if somebody dropped something big, which, I mean, don't get me wrong. I would like it if you dropped something big, but please, like, it would be very much like, okay, I gotta force this shit. I gotta get these reps in. But dude, I'm so burnt out right now. You know what I think it is, man? I think sometimes I get so worked up that it's like I may as well be exercising. Like, I think I'm exercising. You know what I mean? Like I don't know, my heart rate gets up or my adrenaline starts pumping. It's like, damn. Meanwhile, Hanzo's asking, is anybody on the toilet? Abby is disappointed. I'll probably do some reps next stream. Maybe the next stream. Kratos says be better. I'm disappointing everybody. Rich Rod 908. Rich Rod dropped some membership. I got really nervous for a second there, bro. I was like, oh my God, no. He did it. He's dropping the 20 or something, and I'm going to have to do these numbers. Rich Rod, thank you so much, man. Rich Rod brings us up to 52. I just want to say I really appreciate that, guys. I wasn't expecting that. We're finishing the day really strong, which is great to see. We got a good amount of super chats, which is nice. But at the end here, bringing it on home, doing 50 memberships. I did. Oh my God, Corey, bro, dude, Corey's like, I'm doing it. No way, bro. I can't believe, dude, no way. All right, I promised it, Corey. I promised it. All right, I gotta ask before I do it, Corey. Do you want the Metal Gear theme or do you want the heavy music? Do you want the Metal Gear theme or heavy music? I gotta hold on. Corey dropped a 20 bomb, bro. I didn't think he would do it. I'm going to tilt this up so I can stand up. You want Metal Gear? All right. Give me just a second to get this set up. I'll make sure I do it right because, Corey, bro, that's crazy. I can't believe you dropped a 20 bomb. Hold on. For some reason, my shoe is untied, dude. Like, why is my shoe untied? What did I do? I didn't do anything. I just sat here. I bet you it was boss or something. There we go. All right, that's a pretty good shot. All right, here we go. Here we go. We're doing some reps. I have to unmute, though. I think it's good that this is happening at the very end of the stream, though. Let's go. All right. We'll do some strict reps. I'm actually like really focusing right now. I'm like legitimately trying to get a pump. I will be buffer than Abby. I will be. Yeah, I'm starting to feel it. Try to do stricter reps here. I'm gonna avenge Joel, bro. Damn. Damn. It's feeling pretty good, though. I feel like I got to do hammer curls because, like, I don't know, my outer bicep is not looking good enough. Corey says 2 more. Ooh. I'm getting there. You love the hammer curl? Dude, the hammer curl is nice. I don't know. I just don't feel it in my biceps the same way anymore. I should show you guys this picture. I have this one picture of myself. Actually, I took it for my channel. I shit you not. I took it for my channel. I think it was like the first month I created my channel. And it's like a picture of me in like a tank top. I actually had hair. I think I did. And I was in the gym. I was doing like a curl, and I had my friend take a picture of me where I'm like mid curl. I was trying to make like workout videos. I know that picture somewhere. Well, saying you got to do them fast. See, I don't know. That's the thing, man. Like I can do them fast sometimes, you know, and I'll get the burn. I'll get the pump. I have the pump right now. But I don't know. I used to feel it in my biceps a lot more than I do now. If you look over here, like, look, if I compare, you can see the difference. See how my left bicep, it's fuller here to where here it's lacking. I have no idea why. Well, I appreciate that, Corey. I got to be honest. I genuinely was not expecting that. I was like pretty much joking when I was like, "Oh yeah, if somebody drops a 20 bomb, I'll do more reps." And then you actually dropped a 20 bomb. I do appreciate that support though, man. That really helps. So we're at 72 members. God damn, you guys are insane. Seriously. My left or right-handed. I'm right-handed. So that's what makes it even stranger for me is you would think because I'm right-handed that, you know, I do have creatine. I'm thinking about starting to take creatine again. I'm going to update this. What do you guys think? Should I start taking creatine again? The thing is, every time I start taking creatine, like when I'm beginning to cycle it, it gives me like a headache, like a bad headache for a little while, like a couple days. You're saying I should? Oh, why did I put 0? Hold on. All the blood is leaving my brain. We're at 72. Good shit, man. So thank you guys for all that support. Corey, seriously, thank you for that, man. Corey, you've dropped so many memberships on the channel. Like there are so many people who drop so much support for the channel, and they're genuinely like the biggest sponsors. I mean, I appreciate everything that anybody contributes to the channel, but some of you guys are truly like the goats out here. Creatine just gives you water retention. It does, but it does help, man. Like it gives you a better pump, gives you more energy. You know, something really interesting I learned about not that long ago is apparently there was like a recent study that seemed to confirm that creatine actually cures depression. Like it's like proven it like actually cures depression. I'm like, it changes your brain as well. Yeah, dude, I was like, that's really interesting. Like, that's very interesting. Am I going to get Tekken? You guys got me like re-energized here. I'm going to get Tekken. I'm actually excited for Tekken. The thing is, I want to make sure I complete The Last of Us Part 2 again before I do. I just want to finish that out. You're saying creatine is also good for anti-aging? You're saying, "Wow, I got to get creatine then." Yeah, I'm not kidding. You should look it up. Like, just Google creatine depression. Mrs. MBG said she sent a dumbbell super sticker. Did it come through? It did not. Mrs. MBG, I can confirm there was no dumbbell super sticker. It didn't go through. Damn it. Saying you don't know about that stuff, a lot of pseudoscience. Yeah, I mean, to me, it's one of those things where, like, I don't think I would take creatine just for depression. But it's like hearing that, it's like if I were to take creatine for muscle building and endurance and stuff like that, and then it's like a little side benefit is it might cure your depression. It's like, if you're depressed, like, oh, that's okay, sure. Make me happier. Dude, I remember, so I never took like steroids or anything like that. Holy, that's bullshit. Yo, Mrs. MBG says she was charged by YouTube for the super sticker and it didn't go through. Yo, that freaks me out. How many people are sending shit and it's just not going through? I hope that's just like a little glitch, little one-off glitch, but I never took steroids or anything like that. Yeah, I'm gonna have to refund Mrs. MBG. Luckily, that is I can refund that. But I never took steroids. Wow. Okay, we were double charged too. The fuck's wrong with YouTube, bro? What is YouTube doing? Double charging us? Double charging me on my own channel? The craziest thing I ever took was at least it felt crazy for me. I was in my early 20s. I don't know if you guys ever heard of the I was never on Tren or anything like that. I don't know if you ever heard of the brand Animal. They had this supplement called the Animal Stack, and apparently it was all natural. Dude, I'm telling you now, I think there was some shit in it though. Like, I don't think it was all natural. And it was like a really potent supplement, and it definitely worked. Like, again, I've never been on steroids, so I don't know exactly what it feels like, but I felt like that's what being on steroids is probably pretty close to feeling like. I felt like my testosterone was through the fucking roof, dude. Like, I felt stronger, but it did make me nervous. It did make me nervous because I was like, this feels a little too good. What was that supplement that was essentially meth? Yeah, I took, oh my God. It was called Jacked. I think the company's still around, but they basically put a banned substance. It's now banned. The substance that was in it is now banned, and it was basically methamphetamine. And I would take that shit. I think I was like 18, 19, and I would fucking walk to the gym. I think that shit gave me kidney stones though, or something. Dehydrated me. But yeah, I might start going to the gym again, guys. Like, that's the thing. I work out at home now, and it's nice, but it's just different, you know? Like, if you have like a home gym, it's just a different energy, a different vibe than being in a public gym, I guess. But also, the equipment is very limited. I'll have to think about it. Might have contributed to your hair loss. I think it did. Yeah, it probably did. You just dirty bulked, but it got hard, so you stopped. Yeah. You said you took it and would get all red and prickly and ready to lift. Insane. Yeah. There's another popular supplement, and this one's actually totally fine, but it was from this brand, Optimum Nutrition. They're a pretty popular brand. They're pretty well known. They have like what they call amino energy, where it's basically just a bunch of amino acids with some caffeine. And I forget which amino acid it is, but in a lot of these like BCAA, supplements or pre-workout supplements, they put, what is it, like alanine or something? Like there's some kind of amino acid they put in there that it specifically makes you feel like tingly. And sometimes it can feel like pretty weird. You're like, whoa, that's a strange feeling. Your gastritis is reacting after hearing that. Damn. You're saying Optimum Nutrition whey protein's the best. I haven't. Yeah, they do have good whey protein. I haven't bought their protein in a long time. To be honest, I don't even take a protein supplement. I stopped. I have a whole container of animal whey protein out there, and I don't. I was actually kind of curious. Like I've been taking protein supplements for years. I mean, for years, dude. Like I've always, anytime I was lifting, I'm taking protein supplements, and I wanted to experiment and see. You know, like I'm just gonna stop taking it and just see if I notice any difference. And I'll be totally honest, I don't think there's been any difference at all. Like I'm not saying that the protein powders are a scam. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that I think most people probably don't actually need it. You know, like if you're eating a lot, like a decent amount, you know, getting high amounts of protein in your diet, I just don't think. I mean, if you're enhanced, if you're on like steroids or something, your body can use and synthesize more protein. But I'd say if you're like a natural lifter, it seems that your body basically caps out at some point where it's like, yeah, we can't really do anything with this. You're just gonna piss it out, you know? The only supplement I actually take right now is fish oil. That's it. Just fish oil. Really a potent one too. Saying experiment with edibles. Yeah, that's true actually. You're saying you do need the protein powder because of the amino acid supplements. Well, yeah, I guess if you're not eating a diverse enough diet, you might not get all the amino acids, both essential and non-essential. I think that's why they say eating eggs is really good because eggs provide like all of the, like it's like the perfect balance of amino acids, like every single one you would need in the perfect proportion. But I think protein shakes are best after cardio. Yeah, I mean, I think honestly, like back in my early 20s, I think I went overboard with some stuff. Not like too bad, but I think with like protein in particular, I think I would actually just over consume protein, and I think at some point I got kidney stones. You know, like I think I'm just going crazy with, but you know, I'm taking all the vitamins, all the minerals, I'm taking the amino acids, I'm taking 2 scoops or 3 scoops of protein a day, and probably not drinking enough water. At some points, I was taking creatine with it, and it's just like at some point, especially as I got older, I'm just like, does my body really need all of this stuff? You know, and all the food I'm eating. So, you prefer krill oil, no nasty burps? I guess I've just gotten so used to the the fish oil burp at this point. I don't even like, I don't know, I don't even experience it. But let me, all right. Well, guys, I think Corey basically extended the stream by like a good half hour here. But I think this is going to do it for me. Maybe I should start doing some of my streams just standing like this. That's what I should do. I'll just do like standing streams. Like, what's up, guys? I may just start working out spontaneously as we're talking about the games industry. But I have the breath of a sea lion. Thank you. Get a standing desk. Yeah, I should have a treadmill too. There we go. But guys, with that being said, this is where I'm going to call the stream. It was a really, really great stream, I think. went kind of berserk a couple times, but I know you guys like that. So this is where the end of the line is. Corey, thank you so much for coming in, and actually all you guys, everybody, anybody who gifted memberships, I really appreciate it. Thank you for all your support. I'm only able to continue to do these streams and talk about all these topics because of the support you show. And to anybody who donated a super chat, shout out to you guys as well. And I also got to give a big shout out to Devil Shooter. A lot of timestamps today. Hopefully he'll still be able to get them up. And yeah, that does it, guys. So the last thing I'll ask you is before you head out, just hit that like button. And I don't know if I'm going to stream tomorrow. I have to see. I've been streaming like pretty much every day, and I don't want to like overdo it, but it'll basically depend on if there's really something to talk about tomorrow. If there's really something to talk about, there's some, random topic that pops up, kind of like today with what Microsoft, then we'll do a stream. But all right, that does it. And yeah, I owe you guys another members lounge when we do another stream. So I hope everybody enjoys the rest of their night. I'm gonna go eat some protein. And you're saying Tekken 8 stream? When I pick up Tekken 8 and I start playing it, maybe I will stream it a little bit. Maybe we could do that. But all right, guys, enjoy the rest of your night or evening or whatever it is, and I will catch you all in the next one. I think this is the first time I'm ever ending a stream standing up here. So until next time, guys, take care.